6868.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
South Korea brings incredible team cohesion and a tactically intelligent coach with a dynamic midfielder who has proven himself at the elite club level. The Taeguk Warriors press hard and transition fast, a nightmare to prepare for.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 2-1. That the night after the Pirates fell 4-3. On Friday night, Pirates look to avoid the sweep this afternoon. It will be a 3:10 first pitch out in Denver. Coverage on the Fan begins at 2 o'clock. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, where today it will be Jared Jones against Michael Lorenzen. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now it's a Sunday morning with Jack Hillgrove.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
1-2 from Hill. Mangum pokes the ball on the ground toward third, and no play. The third baseman, Karros, didn't throw the ball, and I think he's claiming contact. What's going on here? He's looking at the umpires. The run has come in to score.
He's saying that Cook got in his way, and they're going to talk about it.
And I didn't pick it up in time, Rock, to see. But I was wondering why he didn't throw the ball. He just threw his hands up in the air. And now we'll end the game. Here comes Donnie. The game is over on obstruction. And Donnie's really let him have it.
Well, happy Sunday. You know, when I hosted the Fan Morning Show on Friday, I set a lofty goal for the Pirates this weekend. Win all 3 games, score at least 5 runs in all 3 games. Lofty, yes. Completely unfair, not at all. Expecting to beat the worst team in baseball 3 times and expecting to score 15 runs when you're a top 10 offense in baseball and the team you're facing has like a 5.55 team ERA, that's not an unfair expectation. It's what playoff contending teams do against teams like the Rockies. And after Friday, and definitely after last night, it might be finally time to call it like it is on the 2026 Pittsburgh Pirates. Better, but not better enough. Welcome into a Sunday morning here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My favorite Sunday morning to host a show of the year because you've got the U.S. Open final round, which is always a spectacle. It was a year ago. But more importantly, it's Father's Day. And if you're like me, you like sports because of your dad. And more importantly than that, you owe a lot to your dad. Dads, for the lack of a better phrase, kick ass. We owe a lot to our dads. And at the very least, we can celebrate our dads on this day. So hopefully you're celebrating with your dad, and no matter the kind of dad you are, a dad, a granddad, a stepfather, whatever it may be, happy Father's Day to you, and thank you for tuning in this morning. Wish it was under better circumstances, but nonetheless, happy to have you along for the ride. Jolie, can we listen to that final call one more time, please, and thank you?
1-2 from Hill. Mangum pokes the ball on the ground toward third, and no play. The third baseman, Karros, didn't throw the ball, and I think he's claiming contact. What's going on here? He's looking at the umpires. Yeah. The run has come in to score.
He's saying that Cook got in his way, and they're going to talk about it.
And I didn't pick it up in time, Rock, to see. But I was wondering why he didn't throw the ball. He just threw his hands up in the air. And now we're in the game. Here comes Donnie. The game is over on obstruction. And Donnie's really let him have it.
At that time, I thought it was the second worst call in Pirates history, at least in my lifetime. Unfortunately, Jerry Meals in Atlanta will never be dethroned. But I thought it was like close to being that bad of a call. Of course, then you start to see other angles of replays, and actually, I think it was a replay from the Rockies broadcast. Nonetheless, I mean, Billy Cook ran into his glove. And that's why Kyle Karros, immediately started whining for a call. The umps ended up making the right one, which was runner interference, game over. And it technically was the right call. But in our group chat with all of our Waynesburg guys, Joe Smeltzer, I got to give him credit. He hit the nail on the head. Joe Smeltz, the Penn State beat writer for Nittany Sports Now, also just a massive baseball nut. Joe last night said, just saw the play, looks like the right call, but ... I think making the right call and doing it the wrong way is the same as making the wrong call. If a play's not reviewable, how can it be overturned? That I fully agree with. Sports talk stations in Colorado and in Denver this morning should be complaining up and down about the Rockies getting gypped potentially out of a win last night, because that play would have only tied the game and we don't know what would have happened from there. But that's what the conversation should be on Sports Talk Radio this morning, because that's not a reviewable play. And the call on the field was nothing, and that the run scored. So how, on a non-reviewable play, can they get together and make that happen? And make that call happen and overturn that call? Did one of the four umpires watch Billy Cook run into the guy's glove? Maybe. But again, the principle of them being able to make that call when it's not a reviewable play and basically overturn it 30 to 45 seconds later makes no sense to me. Nonetheless, though, there are larger issues at hand, and it ended up being the right call. Again, pretty crappy way to end a baseball game. But again, there's two lines of thinking here, right? We all thought the Pirates got screwed, and we were ready to call in this morning and complain up and down about the umpiring across Major League Baseball. But now it is the right call, and it's still a crappy way to end a baseball game. But both of those immediate reactions to the end of the game, and there was two of them, right? Because we thought they got screwed, and then they didn't get screwed when we saw the other replays. Both of those immediate reactions have a common denominator when it comes to the 2-1 loss. It's the 2-1. Score. For the love of God, score more than one lousy run against the worst team in baseball. What are we doing? This big bad Pirates offense. The one thing about this team that was keeping us engaged and fired up all year. Because the starting pitching's regressed and the bullpen sucks. Again, a top 10 offense in baseball across several major statistical categories scored one run in a climate where the ball naturally goes further. Against the team with the worst record in baseball, that has the worst ERA as a team in baseball. One run. One stupid, lousy run. Actually, I don't think it was lousy, because the fact that Spencer Horwitz being able to lead off games with just moonshots on a semi-consistent basis, it's pretty epic. But from that point on, they had 5 hits, 1 runner in scoring position until the 9th inning. They went 1, 2, 3 in innings 4, 5, and 6, and then grounded into a double play to end the 7th. So like an unconventional 1, 2, 3 there. Then the top of the 9th. Leadoff double from Lau. Brian Reynolds extending his impressive on-base hit streak with an infield single. First and second, no outs. Good playoff contenders score and capitalize in those situations most of the time. Especially against teams that are under, 20 games under 500 and terrible, for the lack of a better word. And Tom in the YouTube chat says the issue is the Pirates are not a playoff caliber team. Why do you continue to get your hopes up? Well, Tom, hopefully you're still tuned in on the YouTube stream and you can let me finish. Playoff contenders score in those situations, not the Pirates, though. An offensive performance reflective of ones that Skeens got a lot of last season, and now this team has to avoid being swept with a win today. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Sider and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're 4 games shy of the official halfway point of the 162-game season. 77 games, this team's 1 game below 500. And while it could be worse, and this team is very much still within reach of a wild card spot in the National League, Tom, here I go. I don't really care. I'm going to say it. This version of the Pittsburgh Pirates is not a playoff baseball team. And that's the money question this morning at 412-928-9370 is, do you agree with that statement? Is this version of the 2026 Pittsburgh Pirates a playoff contender? I say, You can certainly make excuses, some that are valid. This team does not have O'Neal Cruz. It does not have Connor Griffin right now, and that's a big deal, especially this weekend of all weekends. Griffin playing well, coming to his own, a formidable bat in the Pirates lineup. And I don't know about you, but it would certainly be lovely to have O'Neal Cruz's pop in Coors Field this weekend. But at the end of the day, the Rockies suck. They have the worst pitching staff in the Bigs, and they have the worst pitching staff in the Bigs by a significant margin. Playoff contending teams beat the living daylights out of teams like the Rockies. And the Pirates aren't doing that. Therefore, right now, the Pirates, in their current form, are not a legitimate playoff contender. Is it premature? Maybe. Don't really care. Because playoff contenders do what I said that this team should do at the outset. Beat the crap out of this team and score a lot of runs. And instead, the Pirates might get swept today by the worst team in baseball, who's got the worst team ERA in baseball. 412-928-9370. Is this Pirates team a playoff team right now? I'm out. Unless the bullpen changes and Cruz and Griffin come back and don't skip a beat, I am out on this Pirates team. And I hate to be that gut reaction. Some of you might think I'm looking for clicks or listens type of guy this morning, but I'm not. I do not think that this Pirates baseball team is a playoff contender in its current form. I wish they were. We all hope they'd be at this point in the season. But at 38-39, I just don't see it. Joel Nelson's our producer this morning. Jolie, good morning. Feel free to answer my question that I posed for the masses, but also I want to bring you in here. There's another feather in the cap of my point. Joel is a Twitter fiend. Oftentimes, I learn about breaking news, and I subscribe to like the Schefters and the Rappaports of the world for breaking NFL news. On Twitter, you get subscriptions, so every time they tweet, you get a notification. I do that too. But most of the time, I find out through Joel when breaking news happens. Because not only does Joel do that, he'll fire it in the group chat immediately. So, Jolie, you're a fine man in that regard. And you being able to locate this tweet via OptaStats is not surprising. It sucks when you hear it. You might have already heard it, but Joel's going to read it. Jolie, go ahead, good sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. The team at OptaStats, they put together such great information. I don't know how they find it sometimes. It's crazy. So they say that the Pirates are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to have the tying run on third with no outs in the ninth inning in 2 games in a row and lose both games. I'll say it one more time. From OptaStats, the Pirates are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to have the tying run on third with no outs in the ninth inning and for 2 games in a row and lose them both. And we're not even talking bases loaded. We're talking about the tying run at third, no outs, have to tie the game. It's do or die, and they failed to do it 2 times in a row.
See, that's why Jolie's a phenomenal producer. Number one, because he found that. Number two, he noticed he needed to read it one more time. And I can't hide from this because we stream everything now with video. I've got a breakfast sandwich in the studio this morning, and I was not even close to done with my bite. So that's why Joel read it for a second time. Wow, Jolie, is this team a playoff team right this minute?
No, because and you know what's interesting is like here and there you might see the Rockies win a series against like say the Dodgers or whatever, but the Pirates, their offense has broken out this year, and through the first 2 games of this series, they've scored 4 runs in Colorado. I mean, there are teams who might do that the first 4 or 5 batters into a game. They've only put together 4 runs across the first 2 games. They absolutely have to go wicked, like go wild today against Michael Lorenzen and put up 10 or more runs if we're gonna get back on the track that this team needs to be on. Otherwise, yeah, this is playoff teams would have had much better, more thorough performances and would have not stranded the tying run with no outs in the ninth inning at third base 2 times in a row.
My blood boils at this series. You know, Michael Lorenzen pitches today for the Rockies, and you might be telling yourself, well, his numbers stink. So maybe the Pirates can have a bounce-back game against the guy with an ERA in the 7s. But I go to 48 hours ago, and they played a guy with an ERA who was worse. Kyle Freeland needed a 2-run performance in 7 1/3 to knock his ERA down to 7.36. And this big, bad Pittsburgh Pirates lineup let a guy with an ERA of 8 strike them out 8 times and only score twice. 412-928-9370. Is this team a playoff team? Louis in Blawnox kicks us off this morning. Hey, Louis.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I mean, everybody's freaking out. Kyle Freeland, he just moved into 5th all-time Rocky strikeout list. I know he's having a bad year. But, of course, this version of the Pirates ain't up to paying a playoff team. We're missing 2 of our 5 best players right now. You look at O'Neal Cruz, he was on his way to having an MVP season. Griffin.
He was having his way into an MVP season like for 2 weeks, and then he would go into a 4-week slump. I mean, listen, Louis, so let me, if you put Cruz and Griffin into this lineup today, are they automatically a playoff team again in your mind?
Absolutely.
Why?
I think that's why
the bullpen, you can watch this bullpen pitch in innings 6, 7, 8, and 9 and think, you know what? Yeah, it's not good, but man, this Bucs team is still a playoff team. Really?
Really, yeah. I think it's Santana has been scoreless his last 4 times out.
What happened before then?
Continue. Yeah, well, we're talking about his last 4 or 5 times out. Guys go through slumps. You got to figure it out. He was our best reliever last year. Soto's proven to still be a top 20 reliever in the whole National League. Sisk is good. Montgomery goes through ups and downs. We're not talking about the bullpen. We're talking about
Why aren't we talking about the bullpen? Why?
I brought up Cruz and Griffin.
Okay, but Louis, what?
He went through a 4-week slump. He was a combination of Juan Pierre and Todd Helton this year. The way you want to talk about epic guy in the leadoff spot, epic, that's O'Neal Cruz. And then Connor Griffin, he's on his way to being a top 3 Rookie of the Year finalist.
Louis, thanks for the call. Wow. Not expecting. He was the first caller of the day. And I was expecting the first caller of the day to be like, yep. Not a playoff team. I mean, Cruz is having a great year. Was having a great year. 264, 822 OPS. But this offense, like in Cruz's absence, was still figuring out ways to score runs and win games. Same without Connor Griffin. When I say that this version of the Pittsburgh Pirates is not a playoff contender, that does not mean that I think it is when those 2 guys are healthy. When those 2 guys are healthy, the bullpen still stinks. The team ERA is still not where it should be. Does a healthy Cruz and a healthy Griffin make this team better? Yeah. But a healthy Cruz and a healthy Griffin in the lineup never had this team more than 5 games above 500 all year. They need more help. And they need about 3, maybe 4 different bullpen arms for me to think otherwise. Paul in Washington. Paul, is this Pirates team a playoff contender?
This Pirate team is fool's gold. I told you that a while ago. But first I want to wish your father and your grandfather and all the dads out there a happy Father's Day, and I hope you're all safe and have a good day. But let's get back to the subject at hand, Mr. Hillgrove. Let's talk about one. Gone, I'm in over my skis, Kelly, and batting Jared Triolo in the 9th inning 2 nights ago, when you had a guy that was up an inning or 2 before, hit a double, and you pinch hit for him with Callahan. You should have pinch hit Triolo with somebody. I mean, how many times do we have to see this train wreck of a team find ways not to score a run because Don Kelly don't know what the Sam Hill he is doing? I got to get off the phone. I'm going to lose my mind. I can't take it anymore, Mr. Hillgrove. I want to see a World Series before I leave this earth. God bless the Pirate fans. Have a good day, my friend.
Paul, you as well. It sounds like you're driving, so please be safe. You know what's funny about Jared Triolo and the amount of people that I hear complain about Jared Triolo? This isn't going in the direction of me disagreeing, right? Trade happened when? Thursday night, which automatically kept Henry Davis on the roster. Both Triolo and Davis are negative .1 WAR players, but I hear complaints about Jared Triolo. Like Jared Triolo is the worst Pirate to ever suit up for the Pirates. And I'm not saying those complaints are out of bounds because his numbers aren't very good. But Jared Triolo has an OPS plus of 60, which stinks, 100's average. And then if you look at the more traditional stats, batting average of 233, which, I mean, it could be worse. And the OPS of 572 is not great, but a batting average of 233. Okay. Henry Davis is hitting 200 points lower than that. Henry Davis's OPS plus is 43. And Henry Davis's OPS is 519. And I say all that before we go to break to say this. Again, the Triolo complaints are just. He gets out more often than not, and when he gets up in the weighty moments of ball games, I am A, not optimistic, and B, pissed off about it. But I would kill to have Henry Davis have Jared Triolo's numbers offensively. I would. If you copy and pasted Jared Triolo's numbers onto Henry Davis, you say, you know what, it's still not very great for a number 1 overall pick, but he's a backup catcher and the defensive catcher, it's fine. 136. OPS plus of 43. And that's the guy you picked to keep on this roster over Joey Bart, whose OPS plus was 40 points higher and his batting average was over 200 points higher. Is that a tangent? Yeah, but I'm still not done complaining about the trade for Hunter Stratton, who checks notes, isn't at the major league level yet. 412-928-9370. Is this version of the Pirates a playoff contender, yes or no? 412-928-9370. We'll take your phone calls. Plus, I want to hear Donnie Kelly's reaction to last night's game. So we'll have Jolie run through the post-game sound from last night's 2-1 loss to the Colorado Rockies. Pirates and Rockies at 3:10 today to avoid the sweep. Did not think I'd be saying that on Friday when I hosted the Fan Morning Show, but here we are. Pirates have to win today or they'll be swept by the worst team in baseball. The post-game sound from last night, plus your phone calls coming up next on a Sunday morning of Father's Day, Sunday morning, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Meanwhile, at Shinnecock, it's a commanding lead for Wyndham Clark. And this Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Wyndham Clark has a 6-stroke lead over Scotty Scheffler, Sahith Theegala, Tom Kim, and Sam Stevens. They're all 1 under, while Wyndham Clark is 7 under. All of those players set to tee off in the 2 o'clock hour today. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. All 4 teams in Group H will try to avoid a second draw in their next match. Spain is expected to put on a better performance this time around against Saudi Arabia in Atlanta, while Uruguay expect another disciplined showing from debutants Cabo Verde. A win and 3 points by any of the 4 teams in Group H will likely open the path to advance to the knockout rounds. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Turn a night at Firehouse Subs into your organization's best fundraiser. That's right, you can raise money for your school, church, community, or nonprofit just by eating subs. And the crew at Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings will help make it happen. The more invitations your group distributes and redeems, the bigger your donation will be. Stop by Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, Butler, PA, or give them a call, 724-841-0114 to learn more today.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Craving the perfect roll? From the volcano roll to precise Scottish salmon sashimi, Jimmy Wan's brings fresh, bold flavors to the table. Family owned since 1985. Join them for dinner or happy hour in Cranberry and Fox Chapel. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Looking for the region's premier golf destination? You'll find it at Old Stonewall Golf Club. Their award-winning course layout is impressive and offers spectacular views. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can watch us there at 937 The Fan. You can also watch us on YouTube. You can also listen to us the old-fashioned way on 93.7 FM or on your free Odyssey app. Joel Nelson on the ones and twos. Jack Hillgrove with you on a Sunday morning, a Father's Day Sunday. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. And I wish I was saying that under better circumstances, like the Pirates not scoring 4 runs in 2 games against the worst team in baseball. But here we are. That's what they've done. They've lost 2 games to the worst team in baseball, and they need to win today to avoid being swept by, again, checks notes, the worst team in baseball. Did that cut through, you think? The sound effect of me crinkling my papers?
That was good.
Thank you, Folsey. Don Kelly was irate, upset. I'm sure he said some words that would get me fired if I repeated them. Not much you can do in that situation. They can't eject him because the game is over. Bases loaded. Jake Mangum grounds one towards the left side. Third baseman Kyle Karros gloves it. But on the way to gloving the ball, Billy Cook kicked his glove, runner interference, ball game over. Pirates lose 2-1. Let's listen to the Pirates skipper after last night's disappointing, weird, but more than weird, disappointing loss to the Colorado Rockies to make the Pirates now back to under 500 at 38-39. Here's Donnie Kelly.
DK, what decision were you given at the end there?
They said that they got together and that Billy kicked his glove, which he did. Looking at the replay, I just didn't know if you saw that, why it wasn't called immediately. You had to get together to call it.
What can you say after that sort of decision and that sort of gut-wrenching loss at the end?
Yeah, it's a tough loss. I mean, that 2 in a row to have guys in scoring position late in the game. Battle back, Paul pitched his butt off to put us in position. Didn't think we were very good against Sagano. The at-bats early on, chasing the pitches down. Paul kept us in there. Carmen came in and did a great job and gave us a chance. And then to have the rally in the 9th, we got to find a way. We have to score there.
What would you like about the way Paul pitched tonight?
I thought he pitched well. I don't know if he necessarily had his best stuff, but the way that he competes is unbelievable and found a way to get through 6 innings and give us a chance to win.
Would you, looking back at these 7, Paul's pitched well, like we talked about. It's not like he's pitching poorly, but 7 straight games in which he's pitched that you guys have lost, is that kind of hard to swallow given the fact that he's on the mound?
Yeah, it's really hard anytime, especially with Paul, but anytime pitchers give you a chance to win. I think we've talked about it. Sorry, I'm losing my voice after screaming on the field. The way in those 7 losses, it hasn't been consistent. Tonight and a couple of them we haven't hit, which we've got to do better. We have to find a way there, especially when we get opportunity in the 9th inning to score. We have to get it done.
Do you feel like any adjustments could have been made against Sagano to just have better success against them, or was it more just what he was doing?
Both. He had a good game plan and was pitching down, and we didn't make the adjustment very well to get him up and get the ball up over the plate.
Are guys taking Skeen's starts maybe lightly? Because, like you said, I think in 6 of the 7 they've scored 2 or fewer runs. It seems like the offense hasn't necessarily been there when he pitches.
I don't know. I'm certainly not taking it lightly because they want to win and they want to put up runs, which we've done a good job of. There could be a case that they're trying too hard with Paul being on the mound, that they're putting too much pressure. I don't know. But they certainly want to score runs, which we've been much better at this year. Just there are games that we haven't been.
What would you like to see in these at-bats to have better at-bats from start to finish? I know yesterday you weren't pleased with them in the beginning either.
Yeah, just being more consistent in the approach. And again, when we've showed that when we are good in our approach, and that changes pitcher to pitcher, depending on how they're going to attack us. It's not an excuse. The Rockies have to deal with it too. Shadows at the beginning are tough. We got to find a way to battle through that.
Carmen pitched in relief, pitched 2 innings today. What was it like to be able to see him in this new role and in a role a little bit different than the one he's appeared in the first 3?
He did a good job. In the first 3, like we talked about, was more a byproduct of how many innings he went and the rest required for it. Tonight, going 2, he did a nice job.
Is this what you're hoping to see out of him moving forward, this type of role? I'm sure there will be bulk appearances, but
there will, and he was going to go back out. He did a good job.
In that first inning, obviously Jake's trying to make a play there on that dive, trying to make a play there for Paul. Is that a situation you think where he just has to kind of let that in front of him, or what's kind of your take on it?
So hard. If he catches it, everyone's talking about how great of a play it was, and he was not that far off. In those instances, just trusting them to go for it.
That's the Pirates skipper Don Kelly after last night's 2-1 loss on the road in Colorado. 2 main takeaways from DK's chat with reporters. Number 1, Colin Beasley asked a phenomenal question. Do you think it's one of those things that maybe the 9 guys in the lineup have a different mindset, different sort of feeling? Oh, Paul's on the mound. And maybe take a little bit of a step back mentally because they know that one of the best pitchers in baseball is on the hill for them when they're not obviously hitting. And number 2, Don Kelly saying Carmen Mlodzinski was going to go back out there for a bottom of the 9th inning after already a 32-pitch performance and 2 scoreless innings. For the love of everything I hold sacred, can we please be done with Carmen Mlodzinski bookending guys and still being down for 3 or 4 days? Can we be done with it? You know how many guys have an ERA below 3 in the Pirates bullpen? If you count Carmen Mlodzinski? 2. No, I'm sorry. If you don't count Carmen Mlodzinski, it's 3. The other 2 are Evan Sisk and Gregory Soto. Carmen Mlodzinski is a good option to have in your bullpen. An option that when it was made, before he cried and complained and ended up on the restricted list, but an option that I think a lot of us looked at and said, all right, tough break for you, kid, but you've been pretty darn good this season getting through lineups 2, 3, sometimes 4 times. Get through it once, maybe twice, and still be really good and be more available more consistently because you're not pitching as much. That's the whole point of having 5 starting pitchers and a bullpen. Instead, since Carmen Mlodzinski was moved to the bullpen, he's like starter 5B or starter 6. And in that situation last night, and I get it, close ball game on the road, but it would have been like the 4th time in a row since Mlodzinski's moved to the bullpen that he pitches multiple innings, and he'll probably be down today and won't be available again until Tuesday. But if he would have pitched into the 9th inning last night and that game goes to extra innings, he's down again for 4 or 5 days like he's a starting pitcher again. What are we doing with Carmen Mlodzinski? I did not think that I'd be asking that question this morning. I think there'd be a little bit more of bigger fish to fry when it came with last night's loss. And admittedly, I didn't hear any of Don Kelly's postgame remarks until just when Joel played it live. Sorry, not sorry. Some of us has to sleep at least a little bit before you get up and do a radio show at 7 o'clock. So I didn't hear any of Donnie Kelly last night after the game. That was all for the first time. And if you saw my reaction on the video chat or on the video stream of when DK said he was going to go back out again for the 9th inning, I just chuckled. because it just continues to tell me that they have not made their minds up on Carmen Mlodzinski. Is he a relief pitcher? Is he a starter? What is he? He can't be a tweener, because if he's a tweener, you're still down for the same amount of time you're a starting pitcher, and that totally defeats the purpose of adding a guy like that to your bullpen. 412-928-9370. Is this version of the Pirates a playoff contender? I say, hell no. Am I out of bounds? 412-928-9370. First caller of the day came in and poo-pooed all over my take. What are you talking about? No Griffin, no Cruz. Wait till they get back. They'll be back in the mix of things. Do you feel that way? Or have you, to an extent, lost hope on a postseason appearance by these Buccos in 2026? 412-928-9370. Alex Stumpf is going to join us at 10 o'clock. We're with you until 11 this morning. Sunday same game parlay at 10:25. And then coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, can we please calm down about Paul Skeens? I have seen way too much Paul Skeens slander and concern. Too much to where I think a lot of it is unnecessary. I'll explain why in about an hour and 15 minutes. But we'll continue to take your phone calls next on this Father's Day edition of a Sunday morning with Jack Hillgrove here on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4-3 and 2-1 have been the final scores, where the Rockies have taken down the Pirates in both games today. 3:10 first pitch, and it's right here on the Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show leading you up to the game. Pirates Insider Show is at 2:10. Jared Jones will take on Michael Lorenzen this afternoon. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky, and I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hit the road in a brand new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4-door from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Adventure starts at just $299 a month for 36 months or score 0% APR for 36 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Ah, touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot.
60-40.
Dr. Faygo. Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple,
Orange. I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Everybody in Pittsburgh today should be rooting for Scotty Scheffler to channel his inner Scotty Scheffler and beat that locker-smashing crybaby Wyndham Clark. If you remember to this time a year ago when Wyndham Clark missed the cut at Oakmont, the club that prides themselves on their history and the fact that, like, they don't change a whole lot of stuff around there. When I played in the media day a month before last year's U.S. Open, and they had kind of explained to everybody that had never been in the locker room before at Oakmont, myself included, I don't belong there, I never played there before. All these lockers are original. All these benches are original. Like, if you look in the benches in the locker rooms at Oakmont, there are holes and holes and holes from spikes of spike past. And, like, there's a pretty good chance that, like, Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan, Sam Snead sunk their golf cleats into those benches and they've never moved them. Have put their stuff into those lockers and they've never changed them. And instead, crybaby duty head, duty pants, Wyndham Clark, misses a cut at a major and decides to smash like 3 of them and gets himself banned from one of the most prestigious golf courses in North America. No, I don't have a personal connection or affliction towards that because I'm not a member there. But that happened in my hometown. And there's no respect for the history or of anything when you do something like that. So I'm rooting for Scotty Scheffler to kick his ass today. I hope Wyndham Clark shoots 85 and finishes 7 over instead of 7 under. I don't know how likely that is, but I'll be rooting for it. Scheffler and Clark tee off in the final group today at 2:30. Wyndham Clark has a 6-shot lead entering the final round. A bunch of guys are 1 under. Clark is 7 under entering Sunday at Shinnecock. 412-928-9370. Is this version of the Pirates a playoff contender, yes or no? 412-928-9370. Robin North for Sales. My friend, always good to talk to you, my man.
Yeah, you as well. And no, Jack, they keep holding their own, and that's all they're going to be holding in September if they don't start changing things. They got to get on a tear. They definitely got to make some moves at the deadline. We need a right-handed power bat and some relievers. I mean, the best win streak they've had is 4 games. The longest losing streak they've had is 12. And it's frustrating because we're seeing guys put up some stats. There's games where the whole lineup's raking, but we still can't get wins on a regular basis. So there's a lot more I need to see right now.
Rob, I'm with you, and thanks for the call. You know, it's funny because we had a caller earlier talk about O'Neal Cruz as a leadoff hitter and how well that worked at times this year. And yeah, I agree. Cruz has been a little inconsistent for my liking for that spot, and that's why he fluctuated up and down the lineup when he's healthy. But nonetheless, like the sheer principle of, okay, O'Neal Cruz was your leadoff hitter for the bulk of the season, and now he's hurt. You've got to pivot. And they've pivoted in that spot to Spencer Horwitz. And now I think the Pirates are in a spot that when Cruz does come back in a few weeks, that you can't take Horwitz out of the leadoff spot. The guy just hits home runs to start games on a semi-consistent basis. And how many times have we complained in years past, especially of the Cherington era? They've had a lot wrong with those teams, rightfully so, but one of them was, why can't they find a consistent leadoff hitter? They've had like 2 of them for the most part this season. And to Rob's point even further, Brian Reynolds is in the middle of a pretty darn impressive streak. Brandon Lau might hit 40 home runs. A Pirate hadn't done that in decades. But it goes back to the bullpen being horrendous. And I put that mostly on Ben Cherington for constructing it that way at the beginning of the season. But Don Kelly ain't off the hook for the way it's been managed so far in 2026. Dave is on the Fan. Hello, Dave.
Yes, sir.
How are you? You're on the air.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you about our bullpen. I'd like to see Kelly manage it a little bit better. Maybe we could get a more seasoned coach in there to help those young arms come along, because they do have a lot of good young arms in that bullpen. and it just seems like every move is the wrong one. Just bad luck, I guess.
Yeah, Dave, thanks for the call. I don't know about good young arms in the bullpen. I mean, the starting rotation has good young arms, or in theory, young arms that are supposed to be good, i.e. Bubba Chandler. But, I mean, this bullpen, Gregory Soto was a free agent addition. He's 31. Evan Sisk has been around the block a time or two. He's only 29, and this is his second team. Played for the Kansas City Royals before that. And then Yohan Ramirez has played for like half of baseball, and he's on the wrong side of 30. So I don't know about good young arms in that bullpen. I guess maybe the one guy that fits that description is Mason Montgomery, only in his third big league season. But a whip of 147 and an ERA approaching 5 ain't necessarily cutting it. And the other one that might classify as a quote-unquote good young arm is Isaac Mattson. He's 30 now, but only in his 4th season. He had to get sent down to AAA. And has come back up, and I guess he's been okay in spots. But a 409 earned run average for Mattson in 2026. To Dave's point that I largely disagree with, and nonetheless, I thank Dave for calling in. He sounded like a wonderful man. But it's not the fact that they have good young arms in this bullpen and that they could bring in a new pitching coach and it's fixed. Ben Cherington filled this bullpen with pitchers that aren't good enough. The bullpen should be the easiest thing to build on a team getting to the cusp. It could be really the last thing you put together on playoff caliber teams. And it's the cheapest thing to put together at times. And to what should be nobody's surprise, Ben Cherington being incapable of building a adequate enough bullpen when it matters most. Again, shouldn't surprise anybody. Definitely doesn't surprise me. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Temps in the 70s. Lots of rain expected tomorrow. High of 78. 20% chance of rain at Shinnecock Hills for the final round of the U.S. Open. Certainly looks like a different final round compared to last year. If you remember last year, there was close to an hour-and-a-half rain delay during the final round at Oakmont a year ago. 1 hour down, 3 to go. We're going to get back to neutral and continue to talk about these Pirates when we come back. 412-928-9370 is the number. And the question this morning is this. Is this team a playoff contender? Still. After these last 2 games in Colorado. Or are you like me, 4 runs in 2 games against the worst team in baseball and 2 losses is enough for you to say they're not close enough. 412-928-9370 is the number. My name's Jack Hillgrove. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there watching and listening. You are awesome. Hopefully you have an awesome day. More on the Pirates when we come back. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. We'll be back in a few moments here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by True Green, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, and Shooters Golf. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if a player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. And that was obviously a big deal in the first match for the USA because their best player, their star player up front, got subbed out at halftime with a minor injury. And we didn't see him again. And in the past, that would ruin a lot of bets out there and drive a lot of people nuts. But it does not with FanDuel. And just one of the ways FanDuel is setting itself apart from the rest of the sports books. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pleasant, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Wyndham Clark is 7 under, a sizable gap between him and 4 participants who are all tied for second. Those are Scotty Scheffler, Sahith Theegala, Tom Kim, and Sam Stevens. All of them are 1 under, chasing Wyndham Clark, who is 7 under, and all those players will get underway today in the 2 o'clock hour. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, hour number 2 with Jack Hillgrove.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Sunday, June 21, 2026, Father's Day, 2026. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Enjoy the day. Hopefully you can enjoy it despite the Pirates losing 2 games already to the worst team in baseball. Sucks, but here we are. Now the Pirates have to win today at 3:10 to avoid being swept again by the worst team in baseball. Pittsburgh now 38-39 through 77 games. And I said this to lead off the show this morning. It's not quite the halfway point, and there's a lot of baseball left to be played here in 2026. But through 77 games, I think I'm done. I think I'm out on them, out on the Pirates being a potential playoff contender, unless they get like 3, at least, new bullpen arms. Because it ain't good enough. And more than that, the road does not really get much easier. The Pirates come home after an off day tomorrow. They start a series with Seattle on Tuesday. The Mariners at 6:40 on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then an afternoon game on Thursday. It'll be Keller, Ashcraft, and Chandler in that order against the 39 and 39 Mariners. And then 3 next weekend against the Cincinnati Reds. And then we're going to start talking about at that point, like if this thing unravels and you only take like what? 1 game from the Mariners at home early this weekend. We're starting to talk about that Red series to be must win in the sense of you want to stay out of the basement of the division. Because like the Reds, the Pirates are now under 500, only by a game, but under 500. And they're only a game better than Cincinnati as far as the standings go. The Pirates are 8.5 back of the Brewers. The Reds are 9.5 back. Much closer to last place than they are first place. And I did not think that would be the case when talking about this team leading into the first series of the season. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Vincent Weirton. Vince, good morning, sir. Always good talking to you.
Hey, Jack. Good morning. No, I kind of concur with what you said about the bullpen. The only thing that puzzles me about Cherington is, when we started getting rid of cleaning out the bullpen, and we lost our closer, he got traded to the Yankees, and they had Chapman. Chapman was, he's Chapman. I mean, you look at his ERA now. I think they should have kept him instead of giving Ozuna $10 million. That was a fallen waste of money. But they've got to do something with him. I'm starting to listen to Chuck at Uniontown a little bit more and more, because Chuck's insights are that he feels that it's time for an outsider to come in, get a fresh somebody outside the organization to come in here. I think Cherington's he's had his moments, but he's not going to take this team much more than a 500 ball club with the moves he's made. He's got great starting pitchers. He's had them in his corral for several seasons, but to not accept the fact that he has to have a solid bullpen, because starting pitchers, if they last 5-6 innings anymore, that's kind of a luxury, right?
It is kind of a luxury, Vince, and thanks for the call, but that's also kind of normal. Chapman was with the Red Sox in 2025 as well. And for whatever reason, Guy has just found the ultimate fountain of youth. I mean, he was the Cuban Missile when he was in Cincinnati early in his career, right? With the Yankees for a long time as well. They spent a lot of money on him. And then he kind of fell off a little bit late into his career, into his mid-30s. 3.79 ERA with the Pirates in 24. Still a pretty good season. I mean, he was phenomenal for the Pirates in spots in 24, had 14 saves, and then walks and goes to the Red Sox in 2025, and the ERA in 25 went down to 1.17, back into kind of a closer role full-time with 32 saves, and then he's even better in Boston in 2026, 14 saves with a .83 ERA. He's going to be the big fish as far as the trade deadline is concerned. Without a doubt, 100% the big fish when the trade deadline's concerned. I don't know if the Pirates are equipped with trying to pull a trade like that off, especially when it comes to the general manager. Certainly hope they try. I said this on Friday when I hosted the Fan Morning Show. I offered up some trade ideas for the Pirate bullpen. And I saw somebody tweet at the station about, I can't believe that so many people at 93.7 The Fan are okay with trading away a guy like Edward Florentino. Edward Florentino is a great prospect. But if you go to MLB Pipeline, his ETA is 2028. At some point, enough is enough with, this guy's going to be a player in 3 years. Wait till this guy turns 22 and gets to Double-A. Man, he's going to be a player. You're in a spot right now and in a unique window that you haven't been in for a really long time, and that is having the cream of the crop when it comes to a starting pitcher, a Cy Young winning pitcher, and a core to build around. At some point, you have to say enough is enough with prospects like Edward Florentino and be willing to move off of those guys. I am on the record. I said it Friday morning. I'll say it again. Totally okay with them parting ways with any prospect not named Seth Hernandez. Totally okay with it. I offered up a couple of suggestions. One of the guys that pitched against them on Friday night for the Rockies actually got the win, Antonio Senzatella. An inning of scoreless ball. His ERA is 2.23 this year, expiring contract. I also mentioned John Schreiber from Kansas City at 2.73 ERA, an expiring contract. Much cheaper than Senzatella, who's making an 8-figure deal. But the one team I want them to hone in on and focus on is the LA Angels. And Jolie, I feel like you feel the same way. The Angels have a couple of guys, Sam Bachman and Chase Silseth, two really good relief pitchers with some serious strikeout capabilities, but both on major league control for the time being. Yes, a steep price to maybe get both of them. But again, like I said this earlier, and one of the most frustrating things about the Pirates is that the bullpen sucks. It's the cheapest and easiest thing to build in a pinch. And if the Angels need to build a bullpen 5 years down the road when their rebuild's complete, they can do that without these guys. And the Angels need to start the rebuild because they have not been able to figure out a way to win with Ohtani and Trout or just Trout. And they need to probably trade him to somebody too and just expedite the rebuild process because they're going nowhere. So those two guys, Bachman and Silseth, if there's an aggressive kind of way you can get both of them to bolster this bullpen, I'm all for it. I don't know how realistic that is, though.
Or even, let's say they want a left-handed starter, Reed Detmers. His name is well out there. He's probably going to get traded. They might even trade Jose Soriano, their ace. Now, as far as the Pirates, they don't need a right-handed starter. Maybe they could use a left-handed starter like Reed Detmers, but yeah, Sam Bachman and Chase Silseth, efficient seasons. They're not big-time household names like Mason Miller is back when the Padres traded for him. Those would be the kind of moves that the Pirates should make, especially Bachman. He's someone who I really, really like. I think he's got an ERA around 2 if it's not under. So most definitely Bachman and Silseth, however many prospects that's going to take, the Pirates should. That's absolutely, you're not trading away, a big time package like the Oakland A's.
Yeah, like if you
got for Mason, like the Padres gave away for Mason Miller. It's not one of those, but you'll still get real good relievers.
If you were to get Mason Miller this year, hypothetically, like if the Pirates wanted to trade for a Mason Miller caliber player, same kind of deal, really good relief pitcher, closer with multiple years of big league control. I mean, Seth Hernandez is the starting point of that conversation. And
yeah, pretty much.
I think that you can get both of these guys theoretically without having to give up a guy like Seth Hernandez, who's one of the top prospects, not just the top prospect in your organization, but one of the top prospects in all of baseball. 412-928-9370. Barry's in the city. Now he's in the Fan. Hey, Barry.
Hey, Jack. You know what? I felt really good about the Pirates after April. And you know what? I still felt pretty good about them after May. They were averaging 16 wins a month.
Okay.
What I've seen, and I'll tell you what, dude, I went to the first of 3 games against the Dodgers. I didn't know Eric Lauer. I guess they picked them up from the Jays to make a longer rotation, a starting rotation. I watched that guy who I've never heard of, and I follow baseball. I watched him arguably outduel Paul Skeens. He made it look easier. I've only ever been to 2 Skeens games. And wouldn't you know it, I was at a Skeens game 2 years ago. He was up against another journeyman that day, Lance Lynn. And the Pirates lost that game 2-1 that night. I think Skeens went into the 8th. Jack, my point is I'm starting to see some things that worry me, even though when they played in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, they were in those first 2 games. Those were 3-3 games in the middle innings. I was trying to find silver lining in the Pirates. And remember, they went into that series. Jason talked about this on The Fan. They had to leave Space City. They flew out of Space City in the wee hours of the morning. They weren't set up to succeed in Atlanta with how those games were set up. So I didn't want to read too much into that Atlanta series. But here's my point, Jack. I'm seeing journeymen like Eric Lauer, Kyle Freeland, Patrick Corbin, outduel better pitchers who are starting for the Pirates on the days when they play. You know what else I've noticed? The Pirates are a bad weekend team, Jack. They won in Chicago back in April. I think they swept the Reds at home also in April, and they took care of the Twins at the end of last month. Otherwise, Jack, particularly in the last 20 games, I think they've only won five games in the last 20 on the weekends. They're not a good weekend team. I remember when the Pirates, back in April, they went into Arizona. They scored 5 runs in 3 games. They won that series. We're seeing a completely opposite team in Denver this weekend.
Yeah, without a doubt, Barry. Thanks for the call. And I sensed some concern with Skeens there. I'm going to address that at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. But when Skeens exited that Dodgers game, outdueled by a guy like Eric Lauer, it was 2-2 after 6. And Wilbur Dotel gave up the 10 runs. Now, the caveat to that is, the devil's advocate point is, Skeens cannot be at 103 pitches after 6 innings, which I agree with. And if Skeens can pitch a 7th, the Dodgers probably don't score 10 runs in the top of the 7th inning, and that game might go a different way. Last night, 6 innings over 100 pitches, but the game was in reach. Paul Skeens is doing what he's supposed to be doing, is setting this offense up for success. And just like last year, not getting run support. They've only scored 2 or more runs twice in the last 7 games that Paul Skeens has started and lost. Not himself getting the decision. The games that the Pirates have lost when Paul Skeens starts, they're on a 7-game Skeens losing streak. The first 2 games, Skeens did not pitch well. He gave up 5 runs in Philly and then 4 runs to the Blue Jays. It's been 2 or fewer since. Skeens isn't getting the run support just like he wasn't getting any run support last year. Now, the devil's advocate point I will come with there is that Skeens had 104 pitches after 6 innings last night and over 100 pitches, I think it was 102 of that Dodgers game that Barry was talking about a couple of times out ago. The pitch count's got to get better. But while the pitch count is high, the walks are still low. Skeens has only walked 18 guys in 17 starts this season. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this coming up at the top of the hour, but maybe, just maybe, Skeens has enough of a sample size now and it's easier to scout him. I would be concerned about Paul Skeens if the pitch count, while high after 6 innings, triple digits, if walks coupled it. Walks aren't coupling it. He has 18 walks in 17 starts all season. They need to play better. The offense needs to perform better with Skeens on the mound. Not an argument, not a point that I thought I would be saying on my talk shows in 2026. I thought we got all of that out of the way in 2025. But here we are. in June of 2026. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation as we continue taking your calls on the Pirates this morning. Are you out? Are they no longer a playoff team in your mind? They aren't for me. 412-928-9370. Coming up next, Jolie will take your calls, and we will talk about it together. Alex Stumpf at 10 a.m. Sunday same-game parlay at 10:25, taking you up until 11. Pirates and Rockies at 3:10 this afternoon, right here on The Fan. I'll be back with more on a Sunday, Father's Day edition of A Sunday Morning with Jack Hillgrove here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4-3 Rockies on Friday night and 2-1 Rockies last night. Pirates look to avoid the sweep this afternoon. 3:10 will be the first pitch. Jared Jones on the mound against Michael Lorenzen for Colorado. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, and the Pirates Insider Show begins at 2:10. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Sweden was on the receiving end of a 5-1 rout at the hands of the Netherlands. Braces from Brian Brobby and Cody Gakpo was enough to keep the Dutch at the top of Group F. But they're not alone on top, as Japan beat Tunisia 4-1 in the late game, eliminating them from the tournament. The final match day on Thursday will determine who wins Group F, along with those who will move on. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe, a private group tour of the city, a dinner cruise along the Seine, a pep rally with a black and gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier, and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Ready to kick off summer in a new GMC? Head to Joe Ball GMC for Truck Month, where the inventory is huge, the savings are even bigger, and qualified buyers can score rates as low as 0% financing. Plus, save big across their entire lineup of new GMC vehicles. Hurry in today or go to joeballgm.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Joel, you know how I know I'm fired up, especially after the way last night's game went?
How so?
I didn't take a sip of my energy drink until 8:30 in the morning, an hour and a half into my show. Normally, it's gone by now. Sometimes, especially when we don't have a whole lot going on, I might have 2 of them drank by this point. But I jumped right out of bed this morning at 5:30 and was ready to roll for this program today because some things need to be said. And we're going to say them right after we say what I'm literally obligated to say, because if I don't, I'll get in trouble. That's our live reads. Like 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email. Youthsports at 937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And fan Twitter also brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Watch us there. Comment there. Talk to us about the game. Talk to us about Brendan Sorsby, especially when we're not talking at all about Brendan Sorsby. Didn't even mention his name once entering the program this morning, mainly because we've got bigger fish to fry with the Pirates. But side note, no shot in hell the Steelers take Brendan Sorsby whenever the supplemental draft occurs. 412-928-9370. Are the Pirates a playoff contender, or are you out on them like I am? 412-928-9370. Let's kick it off with Anthony in Oakland this segment. Hey, Anthony.
This is their Waterloo, this Colorado series. Colorado stinks.
Horrible.
Everyone knows it. You cannot, if you call yourself a contender for anything, go in there and score 3 runs in 2 games. Sorry.
No, I agree wholeheartedly, especially when Paul Skeens pitches in this series. And the fact that they've been unable, again, to support him with runs this season, Anthony, is something, frankly, that wasn't on my bingo card And I'm a little mad at myself for being naive to the point and thinking that we were done with the narrative of Paul Skeens not getting any run support. But in his last 5 starts, he's given up 2 or fewer runs, and they can't win.
No, it's outrageous. And and that game Friday was the clincher for me. Bases loaded. I mean, and what you see, the one person he took out had at least hit in that game. He puts in that rookie left-handed batter, but he keeps what's their shortstop's name?
Triolo.
I can't think of his Trio. He keeps him in. Why didn't you flip-flop him? Allow the guy who had already hit that game and then put in the left-handed pitch hitter for Triola. I mean, for goodness great. So the manager's not helping. This series is. I mean, this is Disastersville. He just scored 3 runs an inning in Colorado. The good teams do. When the good teams like the Yanks or the Dodgers go, they're scoring 4 or 5 runs an inning down in Colorado, man. I mean, this isn't even worth watching anymore.
Thanks, Anthony, and happy Father's Day to you. I'm going to watch because I'm a sicko. I'm going to watch, I guess, too, because we are the flagship home for the Pirates, and I have to come on here and talk about the Pirates, and you got to stay informed, and how do you stay informed? You watch this team. So I'll watch. But, yeah. Maybe I will start to get to that point eventually, too. Unwatchable. That 9th inning yesterday was a disgrace. Don't care at all that, Billy Cook hit a guy's glove and runner's interference was called. Jolie, read the stat again from OptiStats on Twitter. I can't get over it. It is so unbelievably pathetic. I can't even wrap my mind around it. If you missed it earlier, here it is again.
Was how the Pirates are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to have the tying run on third with no outs in the 9th inning for 2 games in a row and lose both games. I'll say it one more time. Pirates are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to have the tying run, not bases loaded necessarily, the tying run on third base with no outs in the 9th inning, 2 games in a row, and drop both games.
Not good. Wrong side of history, to say the least. Brandon in Waynesburg's on the Fan. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on this morning, guys? I just wanted to comment, this ain't you hear Ben Sherrington's name being brought up, but this ain't a general manager problem. This is a managerial problem. I think what we're lacking is pure fundamental baseball and getting down to the basics of scoring runs. When Jim Leland was the manager in the 90s, the leadoff hitter, he'd get on base and he'd have Jay Bell come over and pull a sacrifice bunt and get the guy in the scoring position and set the table for the heart of the order. And the guy would usually come around, Bell would usually come around and score more times than not. It just seems like Joe Kelly's got a lack of managerial fundamentals and game time approach and strategy. I think, you got to get your best on base percentage guys at the top of the order, the guys with the highest batting averages, and start them into the top of the order and get them on base. And it comes down to, creating runs, creating a strategy to score runs.
I mean, they've got a pretty good guy at the top of the order these days, Brandon, and thanks for the call. Spencer Horwitz just hits home runs, and that happened yesterday, and they just couldn't figure it out after that. Joel, isn't Joe Kelly the guy that was he the relief pitcher for the Dodgers that walked off the mound at one point? Who was he like?
Made that funny face against the Astros.
Yeah,
it was Bregman, maybe?
Was it Bregman or Altuve? Did he hit one of them?
Or maybe Correa. I don't know. One of those guys.
But it was right after the cheating allegations, and it was one of the funniest things I think a lot of people had ever seen on a baseball field in a long time.
That face was so funny. It reminded me of that Louisville pitcher against Vanderbilt, if you remember that. I would suggest you just Google that, like Louisville pitcher makes funny gesture. But, Bud, what's this about Joe Kelly again?
He said Joe Kelly. You didn't catch that?
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about Don Kelly. I didn't want to call him out on the air.
Oh, he said Joe.
Yeah, he said Joe Kelly. But I'm like, Dave or Dan, because the same letter, D. I don't know where you got Joe Kelly from, or at least maybe he was a fan of Joe Kelly giving the cheaters some business back in the day. 412-928-9370. Coming up next, we'll continue to take your phone calls on the Pirates, but also look ahead to this Sunday at Shinnecock. And every Pittsburgher should be rooting for Scotty Scheffler, or at least one of these guys that are tied for second place. Wyndham Clark's a baby, and I hope he blows up catastrophically on the golf course today. We'll talk about that coming up next. And then at the top of the hour, can we please calm down when it comes to Paul Skeens? Both in the YouTube chat and online, things I've seen the last several times that Skeens has pitched, especially after last night, that are really rubbing me the wrong way. We'll get to all that coming up next. Phone calls and much more. 412-928-9370. Jack Hillgrove with you on a Sunday morning, a Father's Day Sunday morning. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there from all of us here at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
Bob, the running game went to pot that year, didn't it? Come on, Bob. Give me some credit.
I laughed. I gave you. What do you want me to do?
It was just a little tiny chuckle.
Because I've heard these kinds of things.
I think Bell and Blunt had a joint agreement, Bob, to be the Steelers running backs then.
Oh,
Jeff, did you like that?
I'm enjoying these jokes.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2-1 Rockies was the final last night. Pirates fell to Colorado by 1 run yet again today. The final game of the series, it's 3:10 in Denver. Jared Jones takes a mound against Michael Lorenzen for Colorado, and it's right here on The Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, leading you into the Pirates Insider Show that begins at 2:10. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Ram of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
There's a lot wrong with the Pirates as we sit here at 8:45 in the morning on this Father's Day 2026. A lot. Paul Skeens ain't it. When it comes to talking about this team and what's wrong with it, we've got bigger fish to fry than a guy with a sub-3 ERA. I'll explain more coming up in about 15 minutes. 412-928-9370. That's the number to chime in on the conversation as we continue on this Father's Day 2026. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Jack Hillgrove with you until 11 o'clock this morning. Are the Pirates a playoff team? Yes or no? 412-928-9370. I say not anymore. Lots got to change. Bullpen's got to change. Guys have to get healthy. They're halfway through the season almost and only a game under 500. No, they are not a playoff team. But you can try and change my mind. I actually encourage you to do so at 412-928-9370. One of my favorite things about Father's Day in particular is that it also falls on the Sunday of what is, in my opinion, the best golf event of the year. Yeah, you got the Masters and you've got Augusta, but the U.S. Open, to me, the way that the USGA comes in and makes these courses just a living hell for these professionals. And the fact that you watch these guys on TV, like a guy made an 11 on Friday. I've made an 11 when I play. It just seems more relatable. But more than that, you know, you want these athletes, no matter the sport, to be able to compete under the best conditions possible, under the most challenging conditions possible. That's why people look into a Skeens versus Ohtani matchup. People get on their feet for that because that's two of the best going at it. Obviously, golf is an individual sport, and every player is for themselves out there. But when it's an individual sport and you've got the best players in the world against the most challenging conditions, for me, that's what makes the U.S. Open the best tournament every year. And Wyndham Clark, crybaby loser, who missed the cut last year at Oakmont and destroyed lockers in one of the most historic and sacred locker rooms, golf locker rooms on the planet, winds himself up getting banned from Oakmont Country Club because, again, he's a crybaby loser. Unfortunately, he's 7 under and in first place. 4 guys are 6 back. Scotty Scheffler, Sahith Theegala, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens. And several guys are even. So Clark with a 6-shot lead entering Sunday. And he's played relatively consistent. Actually pretty darn good the last 3 days. But there's always room to blow up on Sunday at the U.S. Open. And by gosh almighty, will I be rooting for it. And you should be too. Because Wyndham Clark is a crybaby loser. And I hope Scotty Scheffler fires in a 64 and wins today. They're in the final group today at 2:30. 412-928-9370. If you have a U.S. Open take, happy to take it. But the more important question this morning is, are the Pirates a playoff team? 412-928-9370. Robin Cannonsburg, are the Pirates a playoff team? Good morning, sir.
Most definitely, they are a playoff team.
Wow, okay. Why is that?
You see what happened when Cruz and Griffin went down. We have no depth, but they are coming back. And when they come back, the bats are going to get healthy. What they have depth at starting pitching. What they need to do is make some adjustments and figure out what they have and put people in the right seats in the bus. And if they do that, they are most definitely a playoff caliber team. And I think that we've got a great deal of overcoaching, and I hope Coach is listening this morning. I love him. I love Kelly. I love him. But he pays too much attention to statistics and lefty-righty, and he needs to go with the hot hand.
Sure, I agree with that.
100%. But I think that when O'Neal Cruz comes back and Griffin comes back and some adjustments are made, other teams, there are 6 or 7 teams that we need to compete with for that last wild card playoff spot. Now, I'm a realist. That's the only spot that is available to the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I say, my heavens, if you're fighting for a playoff spot and you're 2 games back or 1 game back in August, I say thank you, God. You made baseball relevant in this town in August in September. And that's all I'm praying for this year. I think that next year is a year that they could make hay. But if they're fighting for a playoff spot this year, I call that a tremendous win. And I think that the fans in this town...
Rob, I agree with you in theory, and I'm going to let you finish because you're on a roll. It's too little too late. We're in year 7 of Ben Cherington. They should be where they are right now, which I think is like a year away. They should have been this way 3, maybe 4 years ago. They're wasting time because of an inept general manager to be able to adequately build around having one of the best starting pitchers in baseball. That's what's frustrating to me, is that this type of season, hovering around the Mendoza line, hovering around a wild card playoff spot, should have happened already. We should be talking about this team in 2026 in a third year of Paul Skeens being not just a playoff contender, but an NL Central contender the same way they were in 13, 14, and 15. But here we are. That's what's so frustrating to fans. And I understand your optimism. I respect your optimism. But this type of season is too little too late.
I have a caveat to that.
Okay.
And the caveat to that is, would you, for the love of God, please fire Matt Haig?
Why?
There are way too many strikeouts. And get the bat on the ball. Everybody is swinging for the downs with 2 strikes on them. The whole team. Even Magnum. It's ridiculous.
See, Rob, I'm going to let you go there. Enjoy the rest of your day, man. But if you're going to fire Matt Haig, do it last year after the offense sucked. They're a top 10 offense in baseball. 5th in batting average. And 5th in team OPS. Now, they have struck out a lot. I will give you that. They have the 2nd most strikeouts in baseball. But when you're top 10, top 5 actually in OPS batting average and top 10 in runs scored, I'll put up with it. If we're going to look at a position coach, if you will, it's Bill Murphy. It's the pitching coach. Everything that we heard in the offseason was that guys spoke up. Starting pitchers spoke up to whoever, Ben Cherington, Don Kelly, not sure who it was, but guys spoke up and said, we like Oscar Marine, but we think we could do better. Well, they can't, because they had a top 10 ERA in baseball last year, and the team ERA is nowhere near what it was a year ago. That I look at the pitching coach, because for the most part, the pitching staff stayed the same. You still have Skeens, you still have Keller, you have Jones again, now you have Ashcraft and Chandler. The cast of characters has remained relatively the same, and the pitching gets worse. The cast of characters remains relatively the same offensively, but you get better where you need to get better. And then all of a sudden, Matt Haig can help coach a top 10 offense in baseball. Matt Haig should not be the guy we're looking at, folks. We should be wondering long and hard if canning Oscar Marine for Bill Murphy was the right idea. Tyler on the mounts on the Fan. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, I think you need to do a couple things for the Pirates to be a playoff team. I think, first of all, you need to take Jared Triolo and Henry Davis and put them on a boat and send them to the island of misfit toys, because they do not belong on a Major League Baseball roster. And I think you need to figure out your bench, because we cannot have Billy Cook on the bench as a glorified pinch runner when we need depth for pitching matchups. So I think you do those 2 things, and you shore up the bullpen. Maybe this team is a playoff contender. But they play any team like the Braves or they see the Dodgers. I mean, they're not beating either of those teams in a series. So I don't think it matters in the end anyways.
Yeah, Tyler, I agree. Thanks for the call. Enjoy your Sunday. You know what's funny about Billy Cook, Joel? You know, we talk a lot about OPS plus, 100. 100 is league average. If you have a OPS of 100, you are, by definition, an average Major League hitter. You know what Billy Cook's OPS plus is?
It's like, I don't know, 300? Like .300?
No, it's actually lower than that.
190?
No, OPS plus.
Oh, OPS
on the 1 to 100 scale.
So like 19.
Well, it's not 1 to 100, but 100 is league average.
So then like, I don't know, 19 or 20.
No, it's lower than that.
Really?
It's
5?
It's -7.
-7? I didn't know that could exist.
Neither did I. I was, again, watching the game last night. They put Cook into pinch run at second. And I just happened to be like, what is... I was curious about the OPS plus because I think it's a great metric. Tyler Callahan's is actually really, really good through his short start to the big league level in 2026. But Billy Cook's is a -7. I did not think you could have an OPS plus in the negatives.
I knew there was -4, but definitely not negative OPS plus.
So when you put that together with Tyler calling him a glorified pinch runner, that is quite literally the only thing that Billy Cook brings to the lineup. Brings to this team, period. Shouldn't be in the lineup ever with hitting metrics like that. That's got to change. But the biggest thing for me is that the bullpen is also not very good. Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Temps in the 70s throughout the day. Rain expected throughout the day as well. Coming up next, let's cool it on Paul Skeens. Seriously, for the love of God, can we cool it on the Pirates ace and the reigning Cy Young winner? He's fine. I'll tell you why he's fine. Coming up next. Happy Father's Day to all those who that applies to. I'm Jack Hillgrove on a Sunday morning, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, Crowley, do not ask the texters to send their pipes. Great point.
Yep.
Poor phrasing. Biceps. I'm not even going to lie. I check out dudes now a ton because of the exercising. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
It's not a sexual thing. It's like, hey, I need to step up my game kind of thing. Should I not have said that out loud?
No.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $365 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10.
Finger licking machine.
The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 2-1 on the heels of a 4-3 loss from Friday night. Series finale is this afternoon at 3:10. It's right here on The Fan. Coverage beginning at 1:30, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates Insider Show at 2:10. Jared Jones takes a mound today for the Pirates up against Michael Lorenzen of Colorado. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I couldn't tell you the last time, Joel, that I've rooted harder against a golfer than I will today. I hope Wyndham Clark hits every tee shot out of bounds. I hope he 3-putts every green. I hope he finishes 7 over for the tournament instead of 7 under. Crybaby loser Wyndham Clark is how I will refer to him till the end of time.
I hope he swings like it's a wiffle ball bat, like Austin Bechtold.
It's funny you bring him up because I'm going to bring him up in this next segment. Side note, before we get into Paul Skeens, it'll be interesting when the 2033 U.S. Open rolls around the next time that it comes to Pittsburgh and comes to Oakmont Country Club. Because you have to qualify every year. Like, I could literally qualify for a U.S. Open if I was good enough. Like, if I wanted to, I could play in a qualifier and try and play in it. It's literally open to anybody. But they have exemptions. Like, if you are, a certain ranking in the world golf ranking, if you won this tournament in the last however many years, there are exemptions. And then if you don't meet those exemptions, then you have to go through USGA qualifiers and get in that way. The exemption for the U.S. Open is the previous 10 U.S. Open winners automatically qualify. And when the U.S. Open rolls around at Oakmont again in 2033, the 2023 U.S. Open at the LA Country Club that Wyndham Clark won will be one of the previous 10 U.S. Opens, right? 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. It'll be the last year that Wyndham Clark is eligible via the U.S. Open Champions exemption. And then obviously if he wins again this year, then it resets for him. But nonetheless, once 2033 rolls around, Wyndham Clark will be eligible to play without exemption in the U.S. Open at Oakmont. But he's banned from Oakmont because he's a crybaby loser and broke lockers in the locker room after missing the cut last year. He's banned from the country club. I'm not going to be here this morning and tell you to keep an eye out for a story that's going to take place 7 years from now. But maybe keep an eye on a story that might take place 7 years from now. Nonetheless, crybaby loser. Hopefully he gets owned by the best golfer in the world today in Scotty Scheffler in the final group at 2:30. That's at Shinnecock Hills. That's how you pronounce that golf course. If you were to watch a local newscast this morning, a certain local newscast this morning, you may or may not have gotten that pronunciation for where the U.S. Open is located in 2026. And just like Forrest Gump, that's all I have to say about that. All right, Alex Stumpf at 10. Sunday same game parlay at 10:25. It might be the last one. I'm so fed up with losing bets. I might quit if we lose today, Joel. 0 for 11, potentially. And really what set me over the edge was Friday. I gave a couple of bonus bets. I said Wyndham Clark wasn't going to be leading after round 1. Wrong. And then in my same game parlay for Team USA, I bet on Pulisic to score. Apparently his injury was worse than they let on from the get-go, and he didn't play. So I think I'm done. I have one for today, and I'm going to place money on it, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. If we lose today, it might be the end. Probably won't be. Whatever. Anywho. But I normally don't like being the guy who calls out your coworkers. I don't. I know where I rank around here. I know that I'm one of the low men on the totem pole. But when it comes to Paul Skeens, I'm going to call some folks out. The concern about Paul Skeens from guys like Pony and maybe others that don't realize their rank on the totem pole around here, like Limits, I think are way out of bounds. Paul Skeens is still a guy after last night with a sub-3 ERA. Still a guy who's top 5 in the big leagues in strikeouts. Still a guy with only 18 walks in 17 innings. But, don't tell that to certain people in the YouTube chat this morning because that doesn't matter at all. The fact that he only has a little over 1 walk per start. when other guys that he's being compared to have significantly more walks this season. I'll get to that. There's nothing wrong with Paul Skeens. And there should be little to no concern that his fastball velocity tops out at 98 instead of 101. I think the concerns about Paul Skeens come from certain people that expect this guy to be Superman on a nightly basis, because it's what we were used to. I'll say that it's what we were used to for pretty much the first 2 years of his career. What I've heard nobody talk about when it comes to potential concerns about Skeens, his pitch count's high. He's getting hit hard. He can't get into the seventh inning in ball games. And it's always his problem. It's always his fault. It's always a concern about his fastball velocity. It's never the line of thinking of, maybe there's just enough of a sample size on Paul Skeens these days. Maybe 70-some career starts finally has Skeens, quote-unquote, figured out a little bit from a scouting standpoint amongst, the other 29 teams in baseball. And if that's the case, which I think this is where a lot of this comes from, if Skeens truly is figured out a little bit more, we're still talking about a guy, again, with a sub-3 ERA this season, top 5 in strikeouts, 130 of them to just 18 walks in 17 games. I got to be careful about how much I talk about numbers, though, according to some people. Now, yes, this team has lost 7 straight games in Skeens starts. That's a problem. But the last 5 Skeens starts, 2 earned runs or fewer. This streak started in a 6-0 Phillies loss. Skeens gave up 5. Not good. Followed up by Skeens giving up 4 in Toronto. The viral clip of Livy Dunn in Toronto, all into it. And then as soon as he gave up that home run, very, very clear as day, lip reading of a word that if I said I would get fired for. But since that game in Toronto, 1 earned run against the Cubs, 1 earned run in Houston, 2 earned runs in his last 3 starts, Dodgers, Marlins, and obviously last night in Colorado. The last 5 this team has lost with Skeens on the mound is almost copy and paste narrative from a year ago. Why can't this guy get any run support? And last year, I don't remember a peep from people, maybe Skeens has lost a step. Because the fastball velocity was still down last year from 2024 when he was consistently hitting triple digits. And everything I heard during Skeens starts that Pirates lost was that it wasn't his fault. He's not getting run support, number 1. And number 2, it definitely isn't his fault when he exits games and Wilbur Dotel comes in and allows a 10-run 7th inning. It's definitely not his fault when the relief pitchers behind him stink, which they do this year. Again, I'm not a guy that calls people out at work, except for right now. So to compromise with me wanting to be a guy that doesn't want to call coworkers out, I'm just going to read a tweet. I'm not going to say who it's by. It's by somebody that works here. But I'm going to read a tweet I saw last night verbatim. Paul Skeens is still a great pitcher, but you can't in good conscience say he's the elite of the elite. We're going to write him off after a Cy Young winning season, halfway through the season that followed up his Cy Young winning campaign. Half a year later, nope. just your run-of-the-mill, pretty good starter. Paul Skeens isn't elite anymore. Please, come on. Top 5 in strikeouts still. Top 5 in whip still. While there are 5 starting pitchers in baseball right now with a whip below 1. Mizorowski, he's pretty good. Yamamoto, it's pretty good. I have to be careful with how I say this young man's name, so I'm going to slow down to make sure I don't commit an FCC violation. Schlittler, right, Joel? In New York. Drew Rasmussen in Tampa Bay, and then Skeens. Skeens is still very much in the elite category. And if you were to tell any major league manager, opposing manager, any opposing major league hitching coach that has to come up with a game plan for Paul Skeens, any major league player that's got to consistently hit against Paul Skeens, if you had the opportunity to tell them that you think that Paul Skeens is no longer the elite of the elite in Major League Baseball, I would be willing to bet they would tell you you were insane. Because he's 6'6", 250 pounds, can't throw the ball triple digits if he wants to. I think it's because he chooses not to. A 5-6 pitch arsenal that still has an unbelievable amount of swing and miss stuff at his disposal. Still very much of the elite. I saw comments about his command being terrible last night as well. Walked 2 guys. And again, 18 and 17 starts. That's 5 less walks than Mizorowski this season, who has 1 less start than Paul Skeens. 2 less than Christopher Sanchez, everybody's Cy Young Award winner. Although, I don't know, I haven't checked the Cy Young odds lately. Miz has to have overtaken him at this point, right, Joel?
Yeah, it's basically like I'll look for sure right now, but I'm pretty sure it's like a 2-horse race between Mizorowski and Christopher Sanchez of Philadelphia. Let's see. Wow, so Mizorowski minus 160, Sanchez is plus 280, and then Skeens is 12-1. So
Skeens has the 3rd best odds right now.
Yes.
And he's not the elite of the elite. Okay. All right. Another feather in the cap there. Two less walks than Chase Burns, 5 less walks than Mizorowski, 8 less than Chase Burns, who's up there statistically amongst starters in the National League, and 3 less walks than Chris Sale. You want to talk about fountain of youth? I had mentioned that with Aroldis Chapman earlier in the show. Chris Sale. You need to figure out what these guys are smoking, because Chris Sale has saved his best stuff, it seems like, for his late 30s. All right, is Skeens having a worse year than he is a year ago? Yeah, I guess he is. That is something that you just look at Baseball Reference and you're able to tell, and you watch the games and you're able to tell. Skeens is having a rougher go of it than he's used to. But through 17 starts a year ago, his ERA was 2.12. And then it ended up sub-2. So I have faith that Paul Skeens will get better. And I have a feeling that his ERA will not be 2.86 at the end of the season, but in a good way. Lower. I would actually bet on that right now, if I could. To expect Paul Skeens to have a career-long sub-2 ERA ledger year in and year out is an insane expectation. Skeens already has 2 sub-2 ERA seasons. I guess really one that's like super official because it's one full season. Got called up in May, obviously, in 2024. How many starts did he make exactly in 24? 23. So not quite a full season, but like not a half season. So what do we call that? Like 1.75 seasons of sub-2 ERA baseball? We'll just call it 2. We'll round up. He's got 2 of them. That's already more than Nolan Ryan. It's already more than Randy Johnson. And that's already more sub-2 ERA seasons than Steve Carlton had in their entire careers. And it's tied with Roger Clemens. Clemens, in his unbelievable career, had sub-2 ERA seasons twice. Ryan and Carlton only did it once. And the big, bad, mighty Randy Johnson, probably my favorite starting pitcher of all time because I'm left-handed and love left-handed people, never had a sub-2 ERA season. I'm not saying that Skeens is already in that upper echelon of starting pitchers. Not at all. He could be when it's all said and done. That's not an unfair prediction to make. But he's not there yet. What I am saying is that it is asinine to expect him to do it every year. This is not a scenario where he walks up, or his walks are up, and the ERA is all of a sudden after the last 2 seasons in the mid to high 3s. It's 286. 18 walks. When we talk about everything wrong with this team, and there are a lot of things wrong with this team, callers this morning have cited the managerial blunders of Donnie Kelly. Callers all season long and hosts all season long have talked about this bullpen being atrocious. And all of a sudden, the offense can't score runs against the worst team in baseball with the worst team ERA in all of baseball. When it comes to talking about what is wrong with this team, we have bigger fish to fry, folks. Much larger fish to fry than Paul Skeens still striking out 8 guys and only giving up 2 runs in 6 innings. So can we please focus on that? 412-928-9370. Am I wrong? Call me out if I'm wrong. Are you pressing the panic button on Paul Skeens? Or are you like me? Do you think that there are problems on the problem totem pole that rank higher for this team than one guy who still has a sub-3 ERA this season? 412-928-9370. It's also the number of the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder, a personal injury law firm, and they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll take your phone calls coming up next on the Pirates. Am I wrong? Are you pressing the panic button on Paul Skeens? 412-928-9370. Alex Stumpf at the top of the hour. Sunday same game parlay in an hour. We're taking you up until 11 o'clock on this Father's Day. I'm Jack Hillgrove at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture. Morgan & Morgan Law Firm. Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe. And Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Connolly Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Commanding 6-stroke lead for Wyndham Clark. He is 7 under, and he will get underway at 2:30 this afternoon. There are 4 players behind him: Scotty Scheffler, Sahith Theegala, Tom Kim, and Sam Stevens, who are all 1 under, and all of them will get underway in the 2 o'clock hour as well. 6 strokes behind Wyndham Clark, 7 under par. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if a player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. And that was obviously a big deal in the first match for the USA because their best player, their star player up front, got subbed out at halftime with a minor injury. And we didn't see him again. And in the past, that would ruin a lot of bets out there and drive a lot of people nuts. But it does not with FanDuel. And just one of the ways FanDuel is setting itself apart from the rest of the sports books. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Sun's out, so dads are too. This Father's Day at Lowe's, shop the gear that'll make his summer. Get 2 free Select DeWalt power tools when you buy a Select 5 amp-hour battery kit for weekends in the garage. Plus, get a free Blackstone 6-piece stainless steel griddle kit when you buy a Select Blackstone griddle. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept, it's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Jack Hillgrove with you on this Father's Day 2026. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Paul Skeens is fine. And when it comes to this Pirates squad, we've got bigger fish to fry than the guy with a sub-3 ERA who's top 5 in baseball in strikeouts. But are you, for whatever reason, pressing the panic button on Paul Skeens? 412-928-9370. Because it seems, for whatever reason, after last night again, there is concern. And I don't know why, but if there is concern on your end, please do your best to help me understand. Let's start with Pat and Vandergrift. Pat, are you concerned about Paul Skeens?
I'm not. I think what we're seeing now is the comparison of Paul Skeens this season compared to the previous ones where he has been pretty much untouchable. Like you said, sub-2 ERA, which has only been done, under 10 times, really, for a starting major league pitcher. Another thing that I want to add is a different topic about the designated hitter. Our issue with Marcell Ozuna can be fixed in-house. I think one thing people don't talk about enough is O'Neal Cruz is your best designated hitter. He's probably one of your worst outfielders. It's a simple solution. Put him at designated hitter.
So I'm not disagreeing. I'm just going to ask you. So, hypothetically, Cruz comes back. He's healthy, right? He's the DH. What's your outfield? O'Hearn, Reynolds, and Mangum?
Magnum's been really good.
Yeah. I mean,
that's not a bad argument. I mean,
the knock on Jake Mangum, Pat, and thanks for the call, man, is that he is just not an everyday player. But he's got more opportunities than, the average non-everyday player because there's been injuries. And he has made the most of it, to say the least. He's played in 57 of the 79 games. He's hitting .295. The OPS is only .696, but he's not a power player. The other thing that blew me away last night, Joel, seeing criticism of Mangum diving for that ball that ended up being an inside-the-park home run. Where do you come down on that? Because it's like, what, we're gonna give players crap for trying? Like, how many times Pat Vandergrift just said that Cruz was the Pirates' worst outfielder? I'm not going to necessarily disagree, but how many times have we seen Cruz make a crappy effort at plays in the outfield? And we bitch, rightfully so. But we also bitch when a guy gives total effort, sprints, and tries to make a diving catch. Hindsight's 20/20 because it ended up being an inside-the-park home run. But I'm not going to rag on a guy for trying.
Yeah, that's and Jake Mangum is known for his defense and speed, so he's got to make that play, and he just missed. It's that simple.
Yeah, and again, he gave the effort for it. I'm not going to get on a guy for coming really close to making a diving catch out in the outfield. 412-928-9370. Chuck in Uniontown. Always good talking to you. Good sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Jack. Thank you. Happy Father's Day to everybody. All believe Paul Skeens is in trouble. when I see Santa Claus come on Easter Sunday. I mean, Paul, you must be stooping awful low if you're going to find fault with Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens is supposed to have an offense behind him that's supposed to score runs. Where is it?
Chuck, it wasn't on my bingo card to be talking about this team not having run support for Paul Skeens again this year, but after the last 5 starts where he's given up 2 runs or fewer, here we are.
Jack, I see the problem here, particularly on this road trip, but all year. The Pirates have failed to seize opportunities. Just the latest is this. They lost the first game in Sacramento. They won the last 2. They scored 12 runs in the last game. You won 2 out of 3 on the road in Sacramento. You're going to Denver, the team with the worst record. And you're going to, it's a left-hander, but you're still going to face a pitcher that has an 8 earned run average. And we can't score run off of him until the 8th inning. That's what I mean. This team fails to seize opportunities.
Bingo. Bingo, Chuck. Always appreciate talking to you, good sir. Thanks for the call. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe don't score just 2 runs against a dude with an ERA that's got 8. And they've got a guy that's on the mound today in Michael Lorenzen. The Rockies do with a 7.13 ERA. For once, capitalize. Light the guy up. Should have lit up the guy on Friday, and honestly, they should have scored more than 1 run last night. A lot more than 1 run. It's frustrating. It's pathetic. And again, another example why there are bigger fish to fry than worrying about Paul Skeens' fastball velocity. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Gypsy. Wants to talk about the U.S. Open. What's up, Gypsy?
My man, I love listening to you and your partner behind the glass every Sunday morning, but unfortunately, I got to disagree with you today about the U.S. Open. I want to know what kind of cheese you want for that wine with Wendell Clark, because did you see the shot he hit on 16, the second shot yesterday on 16? Case closed. All he got to do is play par golf today.
No, absolutely he does. And I mean, listen, that's one of the things that I appreciate about the sport, right? If you heard me talking about the U.S. Open, why I love it is because it's the most difficult conditions for the best players in the world. And when the best players in the world do great things on the most difficult conditions, I get fired up about it. Bryson's shot out of the sand at Pinehurst in 24. J.J. Spawn making that putt last year was arguably one of the best moments in Oakmont history, and that's saying a lot. But I can still think Wyndham Clark's a bad guy. You know what I mean? I'm rooting against him because I don't like the fact that he smashed lockers in Oakmont last year. But I do respect the fact that he is 6 shots ahead of everybody else and has played unbelievably consistent all week. That I'll give you.
Yeah, the only thing he got to worry about is number 2 behind him might give him a little, spook. But on the other hand, one bright spot with the Buccos is Spencer, don't call me WWE wrestler Barry Horowitz. That's the bright spot there, my man.
Hell yeah, Gypsy. Thanks for
always love talking to you. And did Paul give you his knowledge today by any chance?
He did. Yeah, he actually hit me up in the first segment, and it went better than maybe you thought it would.
All right, good to hear from you, buddy.
All right, you too, man. Take care. Yeah, Spencer Horwitz, leadoff hitter. Who knew? Just hits bombs semi-consistently from that leadoff spot. And another thing worth talking about, that when Cruz and Griffin do get healthy and come back, do you keep Horwitz in the leadoff spot? I would. 412-928-9370. Emmanuel and Carnegie, what's up, brother? Good to meet you this week, finally.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As it pertains to Skeens, I'm not too worried about him. I'm more worried about him as the elite Cy Young type of player. because of his velocity, and maybe more concerning is because he's not pitching as deep as he could. He's now over 100 pitches, sometimes even into the fifth and early into the sixth inning. So he needs to be able to have more efficient innings. But as it pertains also to the Pirates' offense, he does have his partner in crime that is batting less than 120 in the last 2 months. So that's an automatic out that he has in the lineup every single time he pitches. So he's kind of accountable for us when we are scoring only one run.
Yeah.
But overall, I still think we are a borderline playoff team, especially when our players come back, Griffin and Cruz. And I think eventually our bullpen is going to come around, whether we get somebody through, internally or externally. Guy can see Santana kind of getting his game together. So, it's gonna be a fun ride. That's all I gotta say.
I agree, and Butts will still be in seats. Emmanuel, thanks for the call, brother, and again, good to meet you at the Wexford VFD this week at the Fan 5 Alarm. I've always appreciated, Joel, I don't know how you feel, finally getting to meet callers. Like I met Troy on the Mount, and I met Emmanuel and Carnegie this week at the 5 Alarm, and there have been people that have come up to me in the past saying, "Oh, I'm so and so from so and so," and I'm like, "I remember when you call in." So it's good to meet our P1s that we call, if you've got 93.7 as your number one preset on your radio dial in your car, that's what we call P1. We've got quite a few of them out there, and quite a few of them call in. So it's always good to put a face to a voice is what I always say.
It's always so fun. Always so fun.
Did you order ice cream pancakes at this year's Fan 5 Alarm like another producer did?
No, but those sound really good. I'm going to go out of my way to go there.
Ugh.
Maybe a little bit, at least just to try it, test the waters,
I was getting ready to ask you if you would voluntarily order ice cream pancakes. If you were just perusing a breakfast menu and you saw ice cream pancakes, you would actually get excited?
I think it's a great collab.
Oh, Joel.
Even if it's just the simple regular pancakes with maybe a scoop or two of vanilla ice cream, add a little bit of chocolate syrup, caramel syrup, whatever. I think it's absolutely incrinculant, Folsey. I think it's a great collab.
Oh, Joel.
I know what you're talking about. Add some chocolate chips to that. Whether those are chocolate chip pancakes or ice cream.
Maybe I'm just, don't get me wrong. I'll love a good bowl of, Captain Crunch or sugary cereal every now and again for breakfast. And I'll love a tall stack of chocolate chip pancakes. But when it comes to breakfast food, I am much more on the side of I need it to be savory, salty. I can look at it, and as I'm chewing it, I can tell that my cholesterol is raising. That's the kind of breakfast that I want. If you were to give me the option between the best stack of pancakes I've ever had to the best, steak and eggs I've ever had, I'm taking steak and eggs with hash browns or home fries and a side of toast 7 days a week. But that's just how I'm wired. I do have a sweet tooth. The sweet tooth normally comes at the end of the day. I'm a sucker for dessert, especially late at night more often than not. But, dude, ice cream and pancakes just sounds absolutely horrendous. I'm sorry.
I think it's a great collab.
Jolie, we don't
overdo it, but it's a great collab.
Jolie, we don't disagree often.
Yeah, we don't. It's interesting.
Okay.
Dominic had that with him on Thursday, and I'm thinking, man, this is the collab you never knew you needed. Pancakes and ice cream, not a lot, but, something moderate, simple, a little, whatever. Nothing overboard, but simply a pancake or two with a scoop or two of ice cream and a little chocolate syrup. It's a great collab.
All right. We're going to agree to disagree and go to Jeff in Bethel Park. Jeff, if you saw ice cream pancakes on a diner menu, would you order it?
Well, first of all, those are two of my favorite food groups, ice cream and pancakes.
I'm outnumbered.
Thank you, Jeff.
Listen, sometimes they put little whipped cream on the pancakes, and it's really good. So I'm like, ice cream on pancakes, that sounds pretty good. I think, Paul Skeens, he hasn't had the year that he's had before, and I've given him a little bit of flack, I guess, on this radio station a few times, but it's not his fault. He's still pitching great. The problem, what I look at every game, I look at the post-game, stats every night, and I look at runners in scoring position, and left on base.
Yep.
And the Pirates suck at both, and they've sucked at both for so many years. And it's like when the Ducks are on the pond, they can't seem to shoot them down, and that's the problem. That is the absolute problem with the offense. When they have opportunities, they can't cash them in like other good teams. When they got a guy on third in the ninth inning with nobody out, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You can't hit a fly ball?
Yeah.
I mean, let's go.
Exactly. Jeff, thanks for the call. Jolie, read it one more time. The Pirates are the only team in the last 50 years in baseball history to do what?
Have the tying run at third in the top of the ninth with no outs and fail to score them both times and lose both games.
Okay, let's go to break because I'm getting irritated. 412-928-9370. We'll continue to take your calls in the next segment. Alex Stump joins us at the top of the hour. Do the Pirates avoid a sweep today? 412-928-9370. Are you concerned about Paul Skeens? 412-928-9370. And are you out on the Pirates? Are they no longer a playoff team in your mind, or were they never a playoff team in your mind? 412-928-9370. We're with you until 11 o'clock this morning. Happy Father's Day from all of us here at 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan. The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, Crowley, do not ask the texters to send their pipes. Great point. Yep. Poor phrasing. Biceps. I'm not even going to lie. I check out dudes now a ton. Because of the exercising. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
It's not a sexual thing. It's like, hey, I need to step up my game kind of thing. Should I not have said that out loud?
No.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 2-1. That on the heels of a 4-3 loss from Friday night. Series finale is today at 3:10 in Denver. Jared Jones will take on Michael Lorenzen. It's right here on The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. 1:30 is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Paul Alexander, leading you up to the Pirates Insider Show at 2:10. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Kohl's Father's Day gifts are so good, Dad won't be able to stop bragging about them. To his friends, to his barber, to the server who did not ask. He'll even brag to you, the person who literally bought it for him. From comfy polos to stylish shoes and more, plus 20% off across the store. Get gifts Dad'll be talking about for months at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. You've been warned. Select styles. Offer ends June 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Alex Stumpf in 15 minutes. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. Jack Hillgrove with you for another hour. Joel Nelson with you for another. Joe, what's normally your shift on Sundays? You do the Sunday morning show, and then you're on the board up until through the leadoff show, or no?
About noon. So the middle of Andrew Filippone's FanDuel More Ways to Win weekly show.
Little trade-off. Who comes in for you afterwards?
I believe Seth Davis later today.
The MILF Hunter.
Yes.
Showed up to the 5 alarm in a Phillies jersey, which I get that he's a Philly sports fan. But isn't it a kind of a bad look to be lingering around the 93.7 The Fan booth in a Phillies jersey as an employee, nonetheless?
Because it's the
I saw
Phillies?
A couple of comments because he showed up on the webcam because he was on Thursday, the backdrop kept blowing around in the wind and he was assisting in fixing it. And since he was seen on the web stream, the YouTube contingent was very, very concerned about a guy in a Phillies jersey back there fiddling with things?
I think if it's something like the Fan 5 alarm, that's probably fine. Now, if this is, something, if this is the Flyers, different story.
Yeah.
But because it's Pirates and Phillies, not so much. Speaking of, though, with the Phillies, and Seth was wearing, it was a Bryce Harper jersey.
We didn't mention this morning yet.
And Bryce Harper he got the cycle last night for the first time in his career, finally. Real quick, another thing from OptaStats. Yesterday, across the big slate of baseball, I think there were 14 games. First time ever in MLB history where there were 4 of the 7 following feats in the same day. A cycle, Bryce Harper, a 3-run home run, Kyle Schwarber, a 2-run home run, a 2 home run inning, Kyle Schwarber, a walk-off home run, Ozzie Albies of the Braves, a leadoff inside the park home run, Jake McCarthy, a grand slam, Byron Buxton of the Twins, a 10-run inning, also from the Twins. Never in MLB history had 4 of those 7 feats occurred on the same day, and we got all 7. So,
Wait, so it never has 4 happened? So definitely never has all 7 happened?
No, this might be the first and only time in MLB history where all 7 of those things happened. A cycle, a 3 home run game, a 2 home run inning, a walk-off home run, a leadoff inside the park home run, a grand slam, and a 10-run inning. Those 7 different things all happened yesterday. It was the first time ever where 4 of them, not 7, 4 of them happened in one day. This was like one of the craziest days in baseball ever.
You deserve a raise.
Hey, the people at OptaStats, they're the ones who deserve a raise.
No, but you bring it to the table, my friend.
You too. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Very kindly. 412-928-9370. Pat's on the porch, and now he's on the fan. Hello, Pat.
Jack, good morning. How are you today?
I am fantastic, sir. How about yourself?
Good. Hey, with regards to Paul Skeens, if he had 10 or 11 wins, which is what he should have, would we still be having this conversation? My concerns are more with the lack of run support and the defense around him. Second time this year, the center fielder let him down, misplayed balls, opening day against the Mets. Last night, Mangum coming in, making a dive. Those things hurt, and they add up. And, it's the other teams can hit, too. We can't be making those mistakes. Skeens, do not worry about Paul Skeens. We are very blessed to have that guy leading our rotation. That's my point. The other thing, too, 18 walks, I think, in 17 games is what I heard. I mean, that's minuscule, right?
Especially compared to some of these other guys, Pat, like Mizorowski has more walks. Christopher Sanchez has more walks. Chris Sale, Chase Burns. Like, as far as the walks are concerned, he's minuscule, like you said, compared to some of these other guys that are up there and might have better ERAs than Skeens. Skeens' pitch count is high because he's getting contact on a lot more things, and he's getting contact on a lot more things because he's more scoutable. The fact that he is able to work himself out of some of these situations and keep the walks down and still be top 5 in strikeouts with a sub-3 ERA truly goes to show you how good of a pitcher he is, because he is more scoutable than he has than ever. Teams are starting to figure him out because he has more career starts now, and he's still top 5 in strikeouts. He still has a sub-3 ERA. Just unfortunately, the pitch count is suffering because of it, and we're in a pitch count day and age where, if it's 100 pitches, you're done no matter where you are in the ballgame.
Can I just piggyback on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I cannot agree with you more. Like, when sometimes a pitcher gets into the groove in the 5th and 6th inning, and I've seen it the last, so many games with the Pirates where all of a sudden, whether it's Ashcraft or Skeens or somebody else, they come out and they pitch a strong 5th and 6th, but they're at 100 pitches. They yank them. In the old days, they say, go out. You're dominating. You dominated your last 2 innings. You're in the groove. Pitch the 7th. Well, now you're leaving it up to a bullpen to 3 more pitchers generally. I mean, that's a lot to ask every night for 4 pitchers.
Well, unless you're Donnie Kelly and you use Carmen Majinski still sometimes like a starter, even though he comes out of the bullpen. Pat, thanks for the call, and enjoy your Sunday and your Father's Day, if that certainly applies to you. And if it applies to you, to everybody out there, happy Father's Day. Because if you're like me, you like sports because of your dad and because of your grandparents. Like, I've got an unbelievable amount of stories watching sports with my dad, both in person and just at home on the couch. Like in the early days of Pitt basketball, when they'd be on the road, not early days, the early 2000s of Pitt basketball, and they'd be on the road struggling against a team like Providence or DePaul or Marquette. Maybe not Marquette compared to the other two because they were good back then, but struggling. I would watch my dad at a very young age scream and throw things at a TV. Those are memories that I will happily cherish forever. I was in the building with my dad in the stands for Troy Polamalu's pick 6 in the AFC Championship game. My dad bear hugged a stranger to the point where I almost fell down several rows of seats. Maybe not the greatest parenting moment of all time, but a moment I will remember forever happily. Obviously, his dad, my grandfather Bill, a lot of memories there. He's made a career out of sports. We've been in the radio booth for countless Pitt and Steeler games with him. First time Pitt beat Penn State. The only time Pitt beat Penn State since I was conscious enough to remember it. The Pitt-Clemson game in 2016. The ACC championship game. And then on Thursday nights when I was younger and not, old enough to stay at home by myself, my mom's parents, because they lived closer, would pick me up from school. I would spend the evening with my grandparents on my mom's side. And if the Penguins were playing on a Thursday night, my mom's dad and I would sit down and watch every Penguin game on a Thursday night when we could. Or, you know what else we'd watch, Joel? Back in the day, on the old Fox Sports Pittsburgh, they would air a Thursday night high school football game. Rob King and the late, great Craig Wolfley would be on the call. I remember a lot of those Thursday night high school football games, watching them with my pap. So a lot of memories when it comes to the fathers in my life. When it comes to sports, I would not be who I am without those 3 individuals. And I'm sure a lot of you out there feel the same way and have similar stories. So happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. This is your day. Enjoy it. It looks like you're going to have some pretty good weather to enjoy it as well. Temps in the 70s throughout today, but rain expected tomorrow. Coming up next, Alex Stumpf of Book Rule Bucks covers the Pirates and has covered the Pirates for the last several years, does a phenomenal job, and a fellow Baldwin alum. He'll join me next Sunday Same Game Parlay at 10:25. I'm Jack Hillgrove. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Nobelstein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fan's 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration. So join us for a day of family fun, delicious food, and much, much more. Beginning July 4th at 4 p.m., come to Point State Park for nonstop musical entertainment on the BNY main stage and the new Celebrate the USA stage presented by your Western PA Chevy dealers. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates yesterday fell 2-1 to the Rockies. That on the heels of a 4-3 loss from Friday night. This afternoon, 3:10 first pitch in Denver. Jared Jones on the mound for the Pirates. He'll take on Michael Lorenzen for Colorado. 1:30 is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Paul Alexander, leading you up to the Pirates Insider Show at 2:10. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Alex Stumpf joins the show next.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
It's a Father's Day edition of Sunday Morning with Jack Hillgrove here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. If you're a dad, you know the drill. Happy Father's Day. Enjoy your day. If you're a son, appreciate your dad. And if you're a son out there that is missing their dad today, hang in there. I'm sure that can be rough. And I am with you. And my thoughts and prayers are with you on this day. But if you're a dad out there listening, enjoy the day. It's been hard to enjoy the weekend if you're a Pirates fan. Doesn't matter if you're a dad or not. If you're an appreciator of this team, tough, especially after last night. And unfortunately, the Pirates have to win today to avoid being swept by the worst team in baseball. And to break it all down, let's talk to Alex Stumpf, our good buddy on the Fan Hotline. Alex, if you can, and you do a great job of covering this team, so I'm going to give you the floor for this first question. Summarize, if you can, to the best of your ability, what we've been witness to in Mile High the last two games.
I mean, can I
summarize it as disappointment. I mean, this was the easiest series the Pirates had on the schedule until the All-Star break, and they have not delivered. Like, I know people are going to point to those ninth innings, the last two nights, where they had an opportunity with the bases loaded at less than 2 outs, and they couldn't come through. But should they have even been in those situations? Like, Kyle Freeland had an ERA almost 8, and he, takes a shutout into the 7th, 8th inning. They have a hard time generating offense last night. So it's just, it's different parts of this team that led to these 2 losses. It was the bullpen not being able to hold it. It was base running mistakes. It was not getting clutch hitting. It was just a whole team. Someone has to do better, and they did, and they're 0-2 as a result.
Paul Skeens last night goes 6, strikes out 8, walks a couple, obviously gives up the inside the park home run, the play that Jake Mangum was unable to make, but 104 pitches in 6 innings. Alex, I've seen a lot of concern about Skeens, and frankly, I don't understand why. Where do you come down on Skeens? Are you even at all remotely close to a panic button when it comes to the Pirates ace?
I mean, I'm not panicking, but at the same time, I think it's pretty clear to see that he hasn't been as dominant as he had been the first 2 years of his major league career. We haven't seen the sweeper or the slider play as much. I mean, last night he was basically pitching off of the four-seamer and the changeup, and the splinter has basically become a non-factor. He didn't throw it last night. He's barely thrown it of late. So this is a different look at Paul Skeens than what we were accustomed to the last 2 years. Now, that guy is still a pretty darn good pitcher, but I'm not panicking, but at the same time, I've also recognized this year has not been the same Paul Skeens as we've been accustomed to, and I don't know if he can reach that level without getting either his breaking pitches or the splinter back.
Alex Stumpf with us on the fan hotline. Alex, what's the latest as far as a couple of the injured guys go? I mean, obviously the bullpen is what it is, but it's been what it's been for a while, so we'll get to that in a moment. But as far as Cruz and Griffin are concerned, what are you hearing? Who comes back first, and how soon does the Pirates lineup get back to full strength?
I mean, the expectation for Griffin was he would be back by the end of the month. So that would be obviously a big boost for this team. O'Neal Cruz, I haven't heard anything to change like the 4 to 6 week timetable that we got. I guess that would have been about 2 weeks ago. So we're still looking at 2 weeks, maybe upwards a month for both of them. And look, with the exception of maybe Brian Reynolds, these are two of the, 3 or 4 most important bats in this lineup. It's tough to not have either one because Cruz is the guy who has the greatest impact, I feel, in this lineup. And Connor Griffin was someone who was able to spark something in the second half of the lineup and, create stuff in the base paths, obviously create stuff defensively. It's just a hard time right now. Like, this was a team that for the first third of the year, with the exception of Jared Jones, pretty much avoided the injury bug, and this is a brutal, back-to-back type injury that they suffered here.
What do you make of and I hadn't talked to you, obviously, since the Joey Bart for Hunter Stratton trade. What did you make of it? Because I know you brought up Henry Davis, and obviously Henry Davis gets a roster spot, too, in large part because that's Paul Skeens' guy. But what did you make of the trade? Obviously, it means that Davis will be on the roster, the big roster for the time being, and also, I guess, the two-parter with that. Like, when do the Pirates potentially reap the benefits of that, i.e., getting Hunter Stratton available at the big league level?
Yeah, I mean, the trade really wasn't – it didn't say as much about the bullpen as it did the catcher room, in my opinion. And Joey Bart didn't have Endy's offensive upside. He doesn't have Henry's offensive upside. But he was the safer bet, to be like a backup. Like, even at his worst offensively, he's going to produce more than Henry has. Even at his worst defensively, he could still go out there and catch the ball. And with Endy's injury history, 3 straight years where he suffered an elbow injury, and Henry Davis batting, what is it, like $130 something right now? I could kind of see why they would take the safer bet and the maybe not as sexy, but safer backup. they obviously felt differently, and they decided to flip him to Atlanta. I don't think, there was a bidding war for Hunter Stratton. That was just okay, let's roll with these two as catcher. Maybe we could use that money elsewhere during the trade deadline. We're going to end up seeing, I like Hunter Stratton as a pitcher, but I fully recognize that he's not going to fix the mess in the bullpen right now. He's just going to have to be one of 3 or 4 trades, I feel like. Pirate fans should know him. I like the cutter. I like the slider. He could make an impact in that way, but he is not going to be one of the guys leading the charge for fixing this bullpen.
It's funny, too. I mean, the old cliche, you learn something new every day. What I learned last night that was new was that OPS plus could be measured on a negative scale as well. Were you aware that Billy Cook's OPS plus was -7 entering last night?
I didn't know his particularly was negative, but I knew it can't get into the negatives. And, yeah.
Yeah,
that's a rough look.
Yeah, what'd you make of that play last night? Right call, but it seemed like it was the right call, but, not obviously the initial call on the field. What was your take on the way last night's game ended?
I think if you look at the strict letter of the rule, that it was the right call. You could make an argument that the spirit of the rule intended with 2 outs in the 9th. I think there's an argument there, but in terms of was this actually interference, obstruction, it was like, yeah, that was right there. And it's a shame because I don't think he went out there, or I know he didn't go out there to try to obstruct. He's just trying to make a play, but you got to be more heads up in a situation like that.
Yeah, I mean, but the concept, though, right, Alex, of making the right call the incorrect way should still, give some Pirates fans some legs to stand on as far as frustration is concerned, right? Because, that was not the call on the field. It didn't seem like it was a reviewable play, and then all of a sudden they change it. And I think that's, still cause for some frustration.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with how they went about the call, in my opinion. I mean, have everyone come together and make a ruling there. It's basically the equivalent of you have a team stopped on 4th down with 30 seconds to go and they get a defensive holding, where it's like, look, it has to be really, really bad to decide the game, in my opinion. I don't know if Billy Cook's was that egregious, but like I said, I think it was ultimately a correct ruling. So I get the frustration, I guess, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole fielder's right of way in the definition on the interference rule. Alex Stump with us of Book Rule Bucks. You can also check him out on the North Shore 9 podcast, Offbeat. Alex, let's look ahead to today. 3-10 matchup against the Rockies. Again, I have a hard time uttering these words, but I have to utter them. The Pirates have to win today to avoid a sweep of a team that's 17 games under 500. I don't want to beat the dead horse because they're facing a guy with an ERA above 7, and they did that 2 days ago, and it didn't bode well for them. So let's focus on the Pirates guy, Jared Jones. The ERA is 6.23 in a very small sample size of Major League Baseball for him this season. Obviously, he's coming off of a very catastrophic injury, but what have you made of Jared Jones so far, and how much, in your eyes, of the old Jared Jones have we seen so far?
I think my big takeaway is it almost looks like Jared Jones is trying to rediscover himself in 2026. And, I mean, he knows what makes him good as a pitcher, and it comes off of that 4-seamer, riding it up, and that slider, which may be his best pitch. But early on, we saw a lot more curveballs and changeups. And, yeah, he was probably reacted to those games and adjusting as the game went on. But it's like we didn't really see him have those other weapons early on as a rookie. Whenever one of his 2 pitches wasn't working. And that gave me some, optimism. Like, okay, he's grown as a pitcher. Last couple starts, we've seen him go back to mainly 4-seam slider. And I think that 2-pitch version of Jared Jones can still be very good, but I think it gives him a smaller margin of error. And we've seen that the last couple outings. I don't want to put pressure on him, but it would be nice for him to go out there and just shove, one of these outings just to build a little bit of a head of momentum for him. I think this is a candidate for him, even though Colorado is a tough place to land breaking balls, so maybe the slider doesn't land as well. So I want to see how he does pitching off of the fastball, and if we see maybe more curveballs, more changeups if he has confidence in that pitch.
Is this rotation set right now, Alex? I mean, obviously Carmen Majinski's got experience in it, and then him exiting it obviously was a story in itself. But you've got Chandler who struggled. You've got Keller who struggled. Jones is trying to work his way back. Are these five set? And I guess the second part of it, too, is like Don Kelly last night said after the game with his chat with reporters that if it was going to get to a ninth inning, Majinski would go back out. And we've seen Majinski, tail guys, tail starters, and still be unavailable for a couple of days because the pitch count is that high. Is that Majinski's role now, or will we start to see him finally in situations as a true reliever where he can pitch in back-to-back days if needed?
I mean, Majinski so far has just pitched on what would be normal starter rest for him. Like, he tailed Jared Jones the first couple starts, and that was who he was replaced by in the rotation. And then yesterday it was just regular rest because they had the off day in there. So until I see otherwise, I'm inclined to believe that's how Carmen Majinski is going to be used. Maybe he'll throw bullpen, or what would be his bullpen day, in there also. But he is not someone who's going to be able to go back-to-back days at this time. But at the same time, I think this rotation is pretty static. Like, Paul Skeens is going nowhere. Mitch Keller, obviously, with his struggles, isn't going anywhere. Bubba Chandler, I think, has done well his last couple outings. Like, that's more akin to the type of guy that we expected coming into the year. I think he's figuring some stuff out. Braxton Ashcraft obviously isn't going anywhere. And Jared Jones, I don't see them, making a change at this point. So they're going to have to figure out something with Carmen Majinski, because if this is his role, that just every 5 days he'll go throw, 2, 3, 4 innings, I don't know how much that actually serves the bullpen.
Last one for you, Alex Stumpf. You said it, and I agree with it. This is their easiest series, or at least it was in theory, leading into the All-Star break. Just to kind of paint a broad stroke here, what is up next, and before the All-Star break? Because Seattle is coming up next this week at home, and then you've got a series with the Reds this weekend at home. It definitely doesn't get any easier before the All-Star break.
No, it doesn't get any easier before the All-Star break. It doesn't really get any easier until the trade deadline has passed. So I'm really looking at this stretch of the next month and a half of, can they keep their head above water, especially without, O'Neill Cruz and Connor Griffin for a while longer. Like, can they just continue to play 500 ball, stay in the mix? I think the schedule gets a lot easier come August. I think you'll have better understanding of your bullpen by that point, of your rotation. Your lineup will be healthy. I think they just need to find a way to get back to the type of ball that they were supposed to play come into the year. Like, your momentum is tomorrow's starting pitcher. Get those innings from your starters. Get enough offense. Find ways to hang on, late in games. It's an achievable strategy, and one that they have to do at least a 500 clip for the next month or so for this team to still be in a position for the postseason.
There you have it. Alex Stumpf, Book Rule Bucks, the Offbeat podcast. Check him out. Alex, as always, good friend. Thanks for hopping on. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
There he goes, Alex Stumpf. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, and 93.7 The Fan. And the Pirates want to visit your teams in action without a voice crack. For our youth baseball and softball showcase, parents and coaches, send us an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by our friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. More details at 937thefan.com. Coming up, the Sunday same game parlay. It might be the last one if we lose. Who knows? 5 legs. Pirates and Rockies at 310. Will I be betting the over? Maybe. You'll find out next. Joel's got a headline, and we're right back with the Sunday Same Game Parlay, taking you up until FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Pony at 11. I'm Jack Hillgrove on a Father's Day, right here on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. A little bit of action already underway, but the top dogs are set to go around the 2 o'clock hour later this afternoon. Wyndham Clark leads the way at 7 under, and then there are 4 guys behind him who are 6 strokes back. They are Scotty Scheffler, Sahith Theegala, Tom Kim, and Sam Stevens. All of them are 1 under par, and all of them getting underway in the 2 o'clock hour later this afternoon. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Turn a night at Firehouse Subs into your organization's best fundraiser. That's right, you can raise money for your school, church, community, or nonprofit just by eating subs. And the crew at Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings will help make it happen. The more invitations your group distributes and redeems, the bigger your donation will be. Stop by Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, Butler, PA, or give them a call, 724-841-0114 to learn more today.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if a player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. And that was obviously a big deal in the first match for the USA because their best player, their star player up front, got subbed out at halftime with a minor injury. And we didn't see him again. And in the past, that would ruin a lot of bets out there and drive a lot of people nuts. But it does not with FanDuel. And just one of the ways FanDuel is setting itself apart from the rest of the sports books. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pittsburgh weather puts your heating and cooling system through a lot. If your HVAC system is getting older or just isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade with Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time, qualified buyers get 0% financing for up to 36 months on a new HVAC installation. That means you can enjoy improved comfort and energy efficiency now and pay over time with no interest. Schedule your free estimate today at sullivanservice.com. That's sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic, and I am on a low-dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
South Korea brings incredible team cohesion and a tactically intelligent coach with a dynamic midfielder who has proven himself at the elite club level. The Taguk Warriors press hard and transition fast. A nightmare to prepare for.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. It's also the number to text. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Sunday same game parlay, this segment, but not before Sid in Ohio, who has been incredibly patient, was on hold through our segment with Alex Stumpf. Sid, good morning. What's on your mind?
Morning. Hey, I just think the narrative that Skeens is a problem, or not a problem, but is part of the reason they're losing is, I don't get it.
I don't get it either. We've got bigger fish to fry, Sid.
Yeah. You look at the first game. How many runs did on the bad defense in the first game? Was 4 or 5 runs they gave up there?
Oh, which first game? First game of the season?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, you're talking about his earned run average at 286.
Yep.
Well, you take 4 or 5 runs away from there.
Sure.
You take away the inside the park home run. You know, in Little League or high school ball, you see inside the park home runs, even the majors apparently, but it's usually on a bad fielding play. Someone's misplayed it, and that's what happened last night.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sid, thanks for the call. Bigger fish to fry when it comes to this team in its totality. The bullpen, the other starting pitchers, the bulk of, well, really the pitching staff's team ERA is much lower. Well, their ranking is much lower. It is much higher than it was a year ago. Don Kelly, for the most part, is a bigger problem than Paul Skeens. I can't even believe I'm using the word problem and Skeens in the same sentence, other than saying Skeens is not a problem, which he's not. And all of this stems from Skeens expected to be Superman time in and time out, because that is what we are used to and what we've been used to since May of 2024. He finished last year sub 2, and in 23 starts his rookie season was also sub 2. Roger Clemens also only did that twice in his career. Steve Carlton and Nolan Ryan only had one sub 2 ERA season, and Randy Johnson never did it. Those are some of the all-time greats. Actually, those are like the top 4 guys in strikeouts all time. And the ceiling amongst those 4, perhaps the Mount Rushmore of starting pitchers ever. There's only 2 sub-2 ERA seasons. Paul Skeens is fine, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty. It's time for the Sunday same game parlay. And I'm not entirely convinced yet, but if this doesn't hit, I might quit. I might be done with it. But I'm also a degenerate, so I probably won't be done with it. We're 0 for 11, or 0 for 10, I'm sorry, on the Sunday same game parlay in 2026. We got to hit 1, right? My goal was 2 for the season. And we still got a lot of Sunday Sunday games to go, period. So I'm not completely counting myself out, but it's just been so abysmal, Joel. I can't even begin to describe how abysmal of a time we've had. A lot of 4 for 5s, which is also irritating as well. All right, put up or shut up time right away. We're betting on the first inning again. But this time we're betting on the first inning over. We've reaped the benefits of betting under 0.5 runs in the first inning. That happened in the first game of this series. It did not happen last night. I don't think it'll happen tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Rockies are the lone team to score in the first inning. Nonetheless, I expect runs in inning number 1, so that's leg number 1, first inning over 0.5 runs. Michael Lorenzen's strikeout total is only 3.5 right now. Believe it or not, I think Michael Lorenzen might be the starting pitcher the Pirates have been most familiar with on a Sunday since I started doing these same-game parlays. Lorenzen 7-3 with a 2.72 ERA against the Pirates. 65 strikeouts in 45 appearances. It's a lot. But it's only a 3.5 strikeout total. I'm going over. I'm going over on Michael Lorenzen's strikeouts at 3.5. And in fact, of the Pirates currently rostered that have faced Lorenzen in his career, the Pirates are 13 for 72. A 181 average against Lorenzen and a 660 OPS. But the good news is a couple of the mainstays, or guys that should succeed, are pretty darn good lifetime against Lorenzen, like Brandon Lau and even Jake Mangum. Leg 3. I think Jared Jones pitches well today. 5.5 strikeouts is the number on Jones. And I'm going over. This will be start number 5 for him this season. Struck out 6 in his first start back. 4 in each of the last 3. I am going over on Jones's strikeouts. Maybe a step in the right direction today, if you will. The alternate total is where I'm going for leg number 4. An alternate total. I'm going with leg number 4. 11.5 is the total for the game. I'm between it. I'm teasing it up and taking an under. Taking under 14.5 today. I could see this game being 6-5 or 5-4, even 7-6 makes this under 14.5. So we're teasing it up a tad and taking under 14.5 on an alternate total. In leg number 5, they cannot get swept by this team, right? They can't.
Oh man, don't say that.
They can't, right, Joel?
Just when you think, oh, they got Paul Skeens, they'll be fine, right?
Here's the deal. I have jinxed before, but fortunately for me, a much bigger jinx works at this station and is on the air a hell of a lot more than I am. So I'm not going to worry too much if this jinxed them today. But leg 5's Pirates money line. I refuse to believe that this team gets swept by the Colorado Rockies. As much as I've said this morning, the last 2 games have proven to me that I don't think this team is a playoff caliber team. There is a fine line between just missing the playoffs and letting the worst team in baseball sweep you. The Pirates of 2025, 2024, 2023 would let the worst team in baseball sweep them. Like it or not, playoff team or not, these Pirates are better than Pirates of recent history. I refuse to believe they get swept by the Colorado Rockies. First inning over, 0.5 runs. Both starting pitchers over on strikeouts. Lorenzen 3.5, Jones 5.5. Teased up a total to under 14.5. And the Pirates money line, it's plus 1540. I've actually changed my pledge. I will quit the Sunday same game parlay if this thing goes 4 for 5 and the one leg that misses is that the Pirates lose. If I go 4 for 5 and the one leg that does not hit is Pirates money line, you will never hear another Sunday same game parlay for as long as I host shows on this station. That, you have my pledge. What do you think? You think they're going to lose today?
I would pick the Rockies to win.
Oh,
that would
Joel.
be my pick. I know. The Pirates are they're just not finding ways to win. Whatever it may be, they've had 2 chances to win 1 game. They've come up short both times. But at the same time, they're due, right? It's like you're saying, but I'm a big momentum guy. The momentum is swinging with Colorado, no pun intended. And I feel like Hunter Goodman for them is going to have a big day for Colorado. He's been one of the more underappreciated players in the game, and I feel like he's been fairly quiet so far in the series. I don't know. Another one of those, it's going to be another one of those, whoever wins this, it's going to be by 1 run. It's been the theme of the series. Yeah. And if I had to make a pick, momentum is swinging with Colorado right now.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope I am too.
For my bet and the sake of this baseball team that we root for. Yeah, Hunter Goodman, 834 OPS behind the dish. Boy, that'd be nice to have. But his 0 for 8 this series, 0 for 4 last night, struck out twice. First inning over, 0.5 runs. Michael Lorenzen over 3.5 Ks. Jared Jones over 5.5 Ks. Alternate total of under 14.5. Pirates money line. That's the Sunday same game parlay. On this Father's Day, June 21st, 2026. React to it. Don't react to it. Whatever you want to do. The phone calls and the phone lines are wide open for our final segment at 412-928-9370. Are the Pirates a playoff team? Yes or no? Did these last 2 games in Colorado turn you off? 412-928-9370. What has to change about this team for you to think differently about any postseason aspirations? 412-928-9370. And a lot of criticism, a lot of concern online and on social media for Paul Skeens. Are you concerned about the Pirates ace at all? 412-928-9370. Phones are open from now until the end of the show. We'll be right back on a Father's Day edition of a Sunday morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
3:10 is this afternoon's first pitch in Denver. Jared Jones takes on Michael Lorenzen. Pirates have come up short by 1 run in both games of the series so far, 4-3 and 2-1 from Friday and Saturday, respectively. 1:30 this afternoon is the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Paul Alexander, leading you into the Pirates Insider Show at 2:10. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive-Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title, tax, license, registration, $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Summer's calling, and it tastes like flavor. Crack open the tropical taste of Icy Light Mango, and now meet the new refreshingly bold Icy Light Berry. Bright, crisp, refreshing, bursting with flavor, but still light. Because when the sun's out, the good times deserve a beer that brings the summer flavor rush. Icy Light Mango, Icy Light Berry, now in sleek cans and available at JR's Beer in Rochester. Icy Light Berry and Icy Light Mango 15-pack cans, just $16.99 plus tax.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Final group of the remaining players in the 2026 U.S. Open at Shinnecock. The correct way to pronounce it, something you might not have gotten if you watched a certain local morning sportscast. Might have gotten a different pronunciation of the golf course where the 126th U.S. Open is being played. At 2:30, it is Scottie Scheffler, who's 1 under, crybaby loser Wyndham Clark, -7. He's probably going to hold on to that lead, but I will certainly be rooting for Scottie or even one of those other gents that's 1 under to make a push. Because, again, crybaby loser broke several lockers in a very storied locker room at Oakmont last year after missing the cut and got banned from Oakmont Country Club. So, easy to root against, if you want my opinion. Last segment, last chance to sound off on the Buccos. 412-928-9370. Are they a playoff team, yes or no? Have these last 2 games turned you off on the Pirates in 2026? 412-928-9370. Let's go to Ryan and Shaler to lead us off this segment. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
So your question, I think they were. I think after the Astros series, we were, 4 or 5 games above 500?
I think 5.
5. Yeah, we swept the Twins.
They got to 5 above 500 a couple of times, and it was one of those things where once they got there, they couldn't get past it and then would, sink back down closer to earth, if you will.
Yeah, and, getting swept by the Braves, it was like, okay, the Braves, they've constantly had our number. They're a good team. We won 1 against the Dodgers, a little bit better, and then we lost, 2 against Florida?
Miami, yep.
We won 2 against the A's. And then if you look at the stats of this Rockies series, this is so baffling to me. We are 6th currently in runs per game.
Yeah.
You would think that if you went up against the Rockies, which their first starter had a 7.98 ERA or something.
They're the lone team in baseball with a team ERA in the 5s, and it's after entering Friday, it was like 5.65, which was the worst in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me that we would lose both, I think we're going to get swept tonight or today. But I did have no. The answer is no. Right now, currently, no. We're not going anywhere.
All right.
I just had a quick question for you.
Yeah.
How short of a leash do you think Don Kelly has right now? And do you think if we don't make the playoffs or even above 500 and still don't make the playoffs, do you think Ben Cherington is gone?
Ben Cherington's got a much shorter leash, Ryan. Thanks for the call. If they miss the postseason this year, there's no way you can hold on to Ben Cherington. None at all. I thought there was no way in hell that you would hold on to Ben Cherington after last year. Year 6. Which was worse than year 5 and year 4. And for whatever reason, Guy is still the general manager of the ball club. If they miss the postseason, Ben Cherington's gone. Don Kelly's not. If they miss the postseason, I think the leash for Don Kelly, I don't even know if it's even tightening, if you will, on Don Kelly yet. But if they miss the postseason, I would be blown away if Ben Cherington is the general manager entering the 2027 season, whatever kind of season they have next year, obviously with the looming labor dispute. Lucas is in the car. What's up, Lucas?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
Not bad. I said before the season, I feel like everything had to go right for the Pirates to make the playoffs. And obviously, you're getting close to halfway in the season. Obviously, it's not. The bullpen's not where it needs to be at. Hitting has improved greatly, but the Griffin and Cruz injuries really killed the Pirates. Skeens, he's still one of the best pitchers in the league, but he's not where he's been the past couple years, and that's going to be a given. Teams are going to start to get used to what he's throwing and whatnot. They're starting to get a bigger scouting report on him. It's going to be easier to hit off him. The bullpen as a whole, though, it's just been absolutely terrible.
And that is, Lucas, that is the biggest black eye, and thanks for the call, the biggest black eye on Ben Cherington, not for his Pirates career, general manager career, but for this season for sure. The bullpen in baseball is usually the cheapest and easiest thing to build on a contending team. And Ben Cherington can't figure it out. He's got guys that have pitched for half of the teams in the league, like Johan Ramirez, Evan Sisk, journeyman, and guys that, that have been in the system and have been in the organization for several years that just can't figure it out. And this bullpen is lost, it's broken, and needs retooled and reshaped. 412-928-9370. Troy on the Mount is on the Fan. Troy, good to meet you this week, finally. I got to meet Emmanuel in Carnegie. He called in earlier, got to meet you, and now I got you on the horn, man. What's up?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Good to meet you as well. Joel as well, too. Cool dude. I have a same game parlay that I got in for tonight that I wanted to give you.
Sure.
But just like the talks on Cherington, when you say I believe Cherington is gone and I don't believe Don Kelly is gone, in my mind, I don't see anybody replacing Cherington and Don Kelly staying. So for me, it's like they're together. When one is gone, another one is gone behind it. I think Cherington,
the only way that I'll dispute that, Troy, is I felt that way a year ago, and when Derek Shelton got canned in May, I thought there's no way that Ben Cherington holds on to his job through the end of the season, and here we are. So if they could do it once, keep one and not the other, I feel like they can do it again. But maybe it's a different dynamic with manager and GM.
Yeah, like I feel like when the bigger dog goes, someone else comes in with a different vision and just not the same. It's not going to be the same with Don. But my same game parlay tonight, I agree with Joel. I got McCarthy on 2+ hits. The guy that he was talking about having a big night tonight.
Goodman.
I got Goodman having 1 hit, and then I have Rockies -3.5, and that's at plus 1,100. And I just think that if they do win, they're gonna win big. McCarthy hits so well, and Goodman is due for at least a hit. So at plus 1,100, I just don't see it anymore. Especially after how the loss ended last night and how that just drained so much out of the Pirates. You could just feel it, watching it. I just think tonight might be a blowout. Maybe I'm looking for 11-4.
Oh, Troy, I'm not going to disagree with you. I get the line of thinking, but I'm upset that that's where we are, man. I really am. And thanks for the call. Look forward to talking with you again. Again, I disagree, but I'm not going to say it's completely out of bounds. It's where we are. We find out a lot about Donnie Kelly, potentially. If he can inspire and give this team the shot in the arm that it needs, and they can bounce back with a series win, I'll give Don Kelly credit for that. But I have Pirates money line today just because I think it's almost impossible for them to get swept by this team. And if they do, countdown to St. Vincent's on. It might already be on, but if they get swept by the Rockies, I will be starting the countdown to Steelers training camp for sure. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Temps in the 70s throughout today, rain tomorrow. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. You're awesome. You've done a lot for us. And we wouldn't be where we are as human beings without you in our lives. So thank you. Enjoy the day. If you're a dad, enjoy the day. If you're a son, or a daughter, enjoy your dad. Because they deserve it 8 days a week. Joel, as always, good stuff. We'll talk to you soon, my guy.
Likewise, Jack. Great show today. That was a 4 quick hours again.
It was. Thanks to Alex Stump. Thanks to you for calling, texting, watching, and listening. FanDuel's More Ways to Win is next with Pony. Paul Alexander has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 1:30. Jason Mackey with Pirates Insider at 2. And then it's Pirates and Rockies. Bucks looking to avoid the sweep at 3:10 right here on the Fan. Pony's next. Happy Father's Day. Enjoy your Sunday. It's Jack Hillgrove signing off.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, if you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions, he'd say, let me loosen that tie, let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a view.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is changing the game because sometimes your player